Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of this year's American Cup. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer and by you guys in the chat. Jon Ludwig, how are you today?
I'm doing good, having a quiet day, getting excited about what's in store for the next quite some time. This is going to be the highlight of the day for a week and then some straight. It's the American Cup, and it is one of the few classical tournaments Hikaru is going to be playing during the course of this year.
Well, actually, that remains to be seen, right? It will actually depend, according to what Hikaru said, it will depend on how this tournament goes for him to decide how many more tournaments will he play, right? I think he said was it just last week? Yeah, that we were here doing the Champions Showdown. I think he mentioned that if this tournament goes well, then he will try to qualify to the the candidates the candidates tournament of the next cycle.
Oh, that's not
Um,
how I understood it. I understood it that he was going to try to qualify no matter what, but he's definitely playing the Chess World Cup
yeah,
late in the year in November, and he's playing the Norway Chess Tournament.
he is playing
Uh,
the Norway chess, so that's too. But he mentioned that if this doesn't go well, he'll probably just give it the shot at the World Cup. But if American Cup goes well, he will also add Grand Swiss, which is quite a long event, right? It's 2 weeks long. It's a very strong tournament. It's actually the tournament through which he qualified last time around, if I'm not mistaken. Came second there behind Vidit. And yeah, I think it's mostly about, if I understood him correctly, mostly about Grand Swiss versus playing maybe some blitz and rapid events in St. Louis. I think the Singfield Cup. So this is a very important tournament. I mean, the way Hikaru was talking last time talked to him, a lot of his plans this year will depend on his result here. He's starting as the top seed. It's 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, and so on and so forth. And he's playing Mishra, the youngest grandmaster ever. Hammer, what do you expect from this matchup?
well, Hikaru comes into it as the big favorite, having that 200-point gap. Obviously, Mishra is a strong player, but he is not at Hikaru's caliber just yet. If I'm Hikaru, I really want to decide this match in the classical games. Because, truth be told, and this has also been reflected in some of the comments Hikaru's been making in the past couple of months. His form hasn't been the greatest.
Hmm.
That being said, his form has been poor in quicker time control games. Specifically, he has himself noted that he's struggling when he's getting down to seconds on the clock, and he's not making the right decisions in that pressure of the time scramble. Which is why I think Hikaru's strongest time control at the moment is the classical ones where his chess abilities still stand strong without that stress of the split second decisions in time scrambles. So I would like to see Hikaru coming right out of the gate using this white game to get the lead in the match, and would love to see him not spend too much time to kind of prioritize that thinking that I'm not doing so well when I get really low on time. So in order to compensate for that, I need to spend less time for middle game decisions.
For sure. I was thinking that. I mean, the time control here is very short for a classical game. It's 90 minutes plus a 30-second increment from move 1, but there is no extra time on move 40, which I was thinking is not that much longer than what they were playing at the Champions Showdown in the grand scheme of things. So um, I in a sense, I'm almost glad that Hikaru, spent that 30-minute think against Fabi, which backfired. But the reason I say I'm glad is I hope that it will have been a helpful lesson going into this tournament. By the way, we see Mishra at the board already. There is some talk in the chat about when this is starting. It's very confusing, the schedule right now, because the time has changed in America. The clocks have already gone. Is it forward? I think forward. They haven't changed yet in Europe. So that's one cause of confusion. And the other cause of confusion is that there's a 30-minute delay, which is quite long. So the games did actually start half an hour ago, but they will start for us right now. The good thing about the schedule is that it's the same time, same starting time every day. So at least that part is easy, easy to remember. Hammer, today we will also get to see another topic we were discussing. Would Hikaru play 1b3 in a rated classical game? I still think not, but we see Hikaru on the camera, and he's got a fresh trim. Is that what the cool kids call it?
I highly doubt we have any idea what the cool kids say these days, Fiona. But he's looking good to my mind. And I agree with you. I don't think he's going to play this Larson's opening with the pawn on the left side. I think he's going to put something in the middle of the board. And maybe that's going to help him. Yeah, no, I was going to say maybe that's going to give him a better opening. But the reason why he's playing this pawn to begin with is because he feels like he's not super well prepared, maybe. And that he doesn't want to end up in an opening that the kids have analyzed very deeply. But we'll get to check it out. He has started with the queen's pawn here. Mishra very quickly using that knight, which is almost it's such a common move in this opening position, because Black essentially feels like, I know that my knight's best square is going to be here, and I want to see how you continue before showcasing my development plan further on. Hikaru gets those two pawns working together, next to one another, controlling in towards Black's half, and Mishra opening up for his bishop to join the game, while simultaneously supporting a potential other pawn push down through the center.
Now the question is, will Hikaru play knight c3, allowing the Nimzo? I don't know if Mishra is a Nimzo player. Well, it's been answered anyway with knight f3.
Everyone is a Nimzo player, but we're not going to get the answer to that with Hikaru avoiding moving the knight in. I think in many ways, knight here makes so much more sense, because you're controlling some of these squares in the center of the board, in particular this e4 square, where if you could push your pawn up there, that would be tremendous. But people just have amazing respect for this move, which is the Nimzo Indian, where the bishop could potentially trade off for the knight at a later stage, giving white the two pawns on the same file. And so a lot of players try to avoid the Nimzo, and Hikaru says, okay, let's do something else today. He moves the knight out. Mishra gets that pawn in the center of the board, and Hikaru goes for the Catalan opening.
Very interesting choice. I can't remember the last time I saw Hikaru play the Catalan. I'm trying to think. But it's not coming. Do you remember if he ever played this regularly? Is this a big surprise? Is it a semi-surprise?
Yeah, I feel like these top players, they can play everything. So I'm never surprised by them playing a particular opening. What I will say about the Catalan is that for the Carlsen-Nepomniachtchi World Championship match, Magnus was repeatedly playing these systems where you put your bishop on the long diagonal and point it down through the center. In fact, Magnus also repeatedly went for situations where black could try and capture white's pawn and hold on to it for the next couple of moves. So a lot of these top players, they sometimes take inspiration from one another. The Catalan that Hikaru is utilizing now has been one of the most popular openings for the last 20 years. So it's definitely not something entirely fresh. But when we get to move 10 for openings that are so common as this one, you can create something new at a very late stage of the opening, even if the opponent is well prepared for the first 10 moves.
When do you think we'll get to see something? I know it's a very random question, but when do you think we'll get to see something new in this game? Which move, roughly?
When you say new, I mean, when I say new, I mean like an uncommon concept. Before in the
No,
databases,
something uncommon. I think for this is fine.
I would say like move 13. I think we're gonna see a lot of the standard moves here, and then Hikaru at some point will have to come up with something interesting, because the Catalan does have a very good reputation for, well, frankly, for both players. And I personally, I like it for white, because I do feel like very often the better player ends up winning. And here we see black does capture that pawn. That pawn has been available for capture a prolonged period of time. After castling, Mishra finally does take it. But the problem is that once you take it, you now have less control into the center of the board, because your pawn was basically diverted. And Hikaru now has just the immediate plan of winning back the pawn right afterwards. And the practice has shown that there's no way for black to keep that pawn defended for the next couple of moves. The main attempt to keep it defended would obviously be to push the pawn forward, but then you can try to undermine, challenge the supporting pawn, after which another pawn can try to come in support. But after a trade here, there's a big concern with the rook in the corner, and the white knight moves forward. It seems as though the black knight can block the bishop's ability to capture the rook, but then that's why we move the knight here, because now the knight and queen work together for a checkmate against the black king, which is why Abhimanyu, he chose not to even try to defend the pawn. He allows Hikaru to take the pawn, but he says, if you take it, I'm going to move my pawn forward, attack your queen, force your queen to move a third time, and then afterwards, I get a good square for my bishop to point down towards your bishop and try and neutralize the white bishop, which is why Hikaru goes pawn to a4. So he's preempting this idea with the pawn pushing forward. And now the black bishop tries to find another way of getting to the diagonal and pointing against the white bishop. Hikaru now takes the pawn, and the black bishop gets in position to make sure that the white bishop, which is often referred to as the Catalan bishop, it is considered one of white's strongest pieces in this opening. But now the black bishop is trying to neutralize its counterpart.
I was just looking at the database. We're still in very, very, very common territory here, and bishop f4 does not change that. I think the top
Well,
move, right? The most played is bishop g5.
Yeah. So bishop g5 is the top move here. Bishop to f4 is completely fine as well. There's some interesting points to it. With the bishop here on f4, white is preventing the black bishop from kicking the queen out of where she stands, because then the queen could work together with the bishop to capture one of the black pawns. Now that I'm saying this out loud, I'm starting to think, actually, this could maybe be a pawn sacrifice. Could be an interesting pawn sacrifice, because black then gets their pieces out pretty quickly and starts targeting some of white's white's pawn in the center, but also white has some weak squares out here on the queen side. So I may want to spend some time after the game today analyzing whether this could be an interesting gambit. But worst case, Hikaru could probably just move the queen back, which is pretty typical for this variation. Normally, black goes with their bishop to the d6 square to give protection to that black pawn before then kicking white's queen. But yeah, no, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm wondering why can't we just sacrifice the pawn?
Bishop d5 has been played 3 times, and white has scored quite well, 76%. I can't see who has played it. I never...
Well, it has to be said that then that 3 times is an extremely low amount.
You know
because
what?
I'm guessing this position after bishop to f4 must have been played thousands.
I'm gonna get to work. I'm gonna open ChessBase for the first time in a very, very long time, I think, safe to say. Okay, here we go. I'll let you talk something because I'm very slow at inputting.
Well, I don't really have too much to say. I really thought this bishop to d6 was the move to make here, and it is what Abhimanyu has gone for. I suppose you also can go knight to d5. This also challenges the white bishop where it stands. But after the bishop moves out, I'm expecting Hikaru to play pretty quickly. And I'm expecting him to go queen to c1. I think this is the typical way of playing this these days. Simply that if a trade of bishops happen, you want to be able to recapture with the queen rather than giving yourself 2 pawns on the same file. That being said, getting these 2 pawns doesn't need to be such a bad thing, because it also means that you've opened up for your rook to potentially attack on this G file. Imagine a scenario where you move your king into the corner and then your rook moves over as well. It can be actually quite useful to have a slightly damaged pawn formation, but in doing so, you open up a lot more opportunities for your rook.
Just to inform you, it's neither here nor there any longer because bishop d6 was played. On ChessBase, I found 7 games with bishop d5. No top, strongest player 2400, a bunch of 22 and 2300s. But what's interesting, out of 7 games, white has only lost once, drawn once, and won 5 times.
Okay, so not all pawn gambits are good, and we should respect our pawns, maybe more so than I was respecting them on this occasion. Because even though black gets some threats in against white, a pawn is a pawn. And Abhimanyu...
And you love your pawns, Hammer. Why would you give him up like that?
Well, it's a lot easier giving away your pawns when you're doing commentary than when you're playing yourself.
That's true.
So all this energy I spend protecting the pawns in my own games, I get some, release for my adventurous spirit when I'm doing commentary instead.
And so now, well, there are no more pawns to be given up, I think, right now. I'm looking on chess space at the main position. You already talked about Queen C1, by far the main move. I'm actually curious why Hikaru, what he's thinking about. If he has something up his sleeve, it could be coming very soon,
Well,
right?
I'm starting to think he doesn't have anything up his sleeve because if he did, he would have played already.
Mhm. Oh,
But he does develop his knight, not a super normal move for this situation.
what does star even mean again? Does that mean best move?
It does, but I'm not sure why it's saying best move because it was not even on the top 3 list when Stockfish was doing its analysis.
Stockfish was
Um,
bamboozled.
But it does address something we talked about just now, Fiona, because we did say that if there's a trade between the bishops, taking back with the pawn isn't exclusively a negative thing. Because we talked about how potentially we could then have a rook pointing down against the black king.
I really like this because I think it shows some intentions from Hikaru, some intentions of like, okay, I'm happy to have a game here, possibly a slightly sharper game. I'm happy, to damage my pawn structure slightly in compensation for potentially using that G file. So I kind of like it. Would you say this is the moment that we would talk about where knight c3? I mean, it's still been played almost 200 times, and I see some big names. Geary has played this a bunch, Aronian, Wesley So, and Galfond. Those are the names that keep coming back.
I have a question. How many of those games have been played in the last 10 years?
Um, all of them.
All of them.
All of them, yeah.
Okay. How many of them have been played in the last 5 years?
Most of them. There are
Most.
none. I don't see any from 2024 or 2025. But I see 2023 Giri Caruana, where Fabi actually won as black. Um,
Huh.
That was
Okay.
at
So,
no, but it was Norway Chess Armageddon.
yeah. So this is quite a topical line then. I remember when I was young, which
A
is some
long,
time
long
ago.
time ago.
When I was young, the big thing happening, it was back when we used chess books to prepare
Mhm.
our openings instead of videos. And Boris Avruk, he published lots of really high level opening manuals.
Mhm.
And one of the openings he spent a lot of time on was this specific Catalan. But I'm pretty sure when he was suggesting this, he was suggesting queen to c1. And at the time, this was a very unusual move. And after Avruk recommended it, it became the most popular move in the situation. Um, the reason I was quizzing you about when the games had been played was because I thought maybe this is what they did before
Before.
Avruk. Because
Now I
it's a
understand.
quite a typical strategy when you're playing a kid, such as the youngest grandmaster to ever live, which Mishra is.
Mhm.
Um, then you often want to play openings that were not popular in the time period that he has been active.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
But it seems Hikaru instead is going for something that has been popular among the top guys in the last couple of years.
Yeah, so he I mean, I'd be shocked if Mishra has never seen this, but it could certainly be a surprise, right?
Well, based on the time he spent, it's definitely a surprise.
If you are playing on the black side here, would you, I know it's hard to respond to this just in an instant, but would you be tempted to take on F4?
I think I definitely would take. So basically, in this opening, there's some sort of a race about who gets to play their pawn to the a5 square. White wants to push up here just because pawns higher up can often be beneficial. Just grab some space and avoid the opponent getting that space instead. While black really wants to play this pawn up here because then you have the ability to access this b4 square afterwards, which is one of those classic squares where there are no white pawns that can control on b4. So that means automatically, if you can place one of your pieces there, it's going to be pretty safe. So to me, there's only two moves that Mishra can consider. Either you push this pawn up immediately, or as is recommended by the chess engine, you make the trade and then you push the pawn up. In both circumstances, what you want is to expand your control of the queen side. By pushing the pawn up, you extend the scope of your rook, and your pawn takes control of a square where you potentially want to place your knight afterwards.
So these are some of the considerations. Is that the line that you like the best right now for black? Take on F4 and this A5?
Yeah. But I mean, these are tricky, long-winded strategic positions. Because very often what happens afterwards is that you voluntarily trade your bishop for the white knight. Because you say, okay, I traded off a bishop that would be horrible if I had all my pawns placed on the light squares. But now that I got rid of that bishop, I'm then going to use this pawn blockade to just block off everything. And then you sit there and it becomes a maneuvering game. And in general, in maneuvering games, with the lots of pawns still on the board, the knights are pretty useful pieces because they can jump around, while the bishop, for instance, is struggling by the fact that it's being restricted by a pawn defended by another pawn. So this is a very typical kind of situation that I would envision here. And I have no idea why this would be better for white. To me, this just feels super, super solid for black. Just put all your pawns on the light squares and then just sit there with the knights.
Let me ask you something. Why did you play H4 here?
I saw the engine recommend it.
Because I mean, you know me, I like H4, but if I were white, I would be very worried that that pawn is just going to become incredibly weak on H4. I guess the idea is that we can always, even if black plays G6, give it up on H5.
Yeah, I think some of my thinking is that long term, I want to play my rook over to G1. And here I would be aiming at a pawn that is only protected by the king. The best way for black to respond to this kind of pressure in the G file would be to make sure that the pawn is protected by two of its comrades instead. But if white can then create a situation, and especially if you at some point could get your pawn to F5, if you can create something like this, where you're really trying to break down the light squared control that black has otherwise, then you're in a very good spot. And now that I'm saying this out loud, I'm also realizing that whenever white tries to push this pawn forward to the f5 square, I'm also going to want to go pawn to g6 because I don't want to create a circumstance where white can trade off one of their doubled pawns in order to lessen black's control of the center of the board. So in general, these positions from this opening, from this variation, they become extremely strategic, where my general view is that black should have no problems whatsoever. But, and this is some of the reason for some optimism, I think, on Hikaru's behalf, it does become the kind of position where black is just sitting there. And that can be a challenging position to play if you don't have a plan of your own. You just have to sit and wait for white to do something and be prepared for a couple of different white plans.
As you say that Mishra has just captured on f4, we will see if that is indeed the kind of game that awaits us. I think a very good chance. How familiar are you with Mishra as a player?
Not super familiar. I know the PR stuff. To be honest, I don't even know if he's still the youngest grandmaster in the world.
Yes,
but he was the youngest ever when he became a grandmaster, and frankly, that's way over a year ago.
Oh, it was I think, wasn't it like during pandemic time?
I think that is stretching it.
When did Mishra become a grandmaster? June 2021.
Oh God. So he's definitely
It was
not
a
the
good
youngest at this
stretch,
point.
Hammer. A good stretch.
He's 16.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's a while since he became a grandmaster.
I told you,
So
time
he's
flies, Hammer.
absolutely not the youngest grandmaster in the world right now.
No, he's not the youngest, but he's the youngest ever. He's the youngest. That record. Yeah. I didn't realize that's what you were. No, then he's definitely not. If that was the question,
He's
then
old. He just turns at least.
it was funny.
It also means that he hasn't had a lot of progress in the last couple of years.
That is true. I mean, we can see his rating there. Can we see it on screen? No, we can't see it on the screen, but his rating is exactly 2600, which means that, okay, he had to have 2500 when he became a GM, so 4 years ago, roughly. I mean, he has become stronger, but he hasn't exploded into the elite, let's say, or anywhere near that. But this will be
he has plenty of time, to be fair.
He has plenty of time, yeah. But this tournament will be a big test. I think Mishra probably is happy to get a shot at Hikaru at, the top seed, the world #2 player. Yeah, I was just wondering, is he more of an aggressive player? Is he more of a positional player? Is he because I have to admit that I'm just unfamiliar with his style. I don't even know, is he a big thinker? I mean, did he spend a bunch of time here on f4? Is he famous for going into the tank? We'll find out over the next couple of days, I guess.
2 days.
Over the next couple of days.
Primarily.
Yeah. Well, we'll see more. You're saying we'll see more of him anyway, but the next 2 days, our focus will be on him. At some point, by the way, guys, there's not just an open tournament, there's also a women's tournament, which we will check out. At some point, we'll also do a quick, maybe is now after E3 a good time to take a quick look at the other games from the open?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. This game is progressing like we kind of anticipated. It's interesting that Hikaru has allowed the trade between the bishop to happen in such a way that he now has doubled pawns, but we do consider a potential benefit of this to be the ability to have a rook pointing down against the black king. Mishra played pawn to a5, which in my mind was a necessity, setting up potentially getting the knight up here, but just primarily, at the very least, preventing white from progressing their pawns on this side of the board. And Hikaru played reasonably quickly with his pawn to e3. He now has the Y pawn formation. I just made that up, but honestly, it's pretty good.
A reversed Y, right?
Yeah,
I mean, f2 should be on d2, right?
Yeah. Well,
you're not going to convince me that the way it is right now, that's why. Sorry, Hammer. You can convince me of a lot of things, but now you're pushing your luck.
It's not a perfect why. I will agree. But yeah, let's check in with some of the other games, because this is the moment where Mishra is going to have to make some big decisions moving forward. And I want to remind everyone that I played this as black quite a bit. And my understanding of these positions is that bishop takes knight is a pretty decent move, because then even though white gets a bishop, that bishop is pretty well neutralized by the black pawns. So I'm not too concerned about it. Instead, Mishra has gone knight to a6. Interesting. And Hikaru, oh, wow, Hikaru's also playing quickly now. Moves his king into the corner immediately. There's no doubt what he's doing. He's just getting that rook to point against the black king as soon as possible. Mishra, of course, still has the option of making the trade bishop for knight, but when he didn't do it on the first go, I wouldn't expect him to have the intention of making that trade later on.
Very possible he will spend a bunch of time here. Again, I like this so far for Hikaru. He's playing fast. He's looking confident. I look at the camera. He's looking, we already discussed, he's certainly looking fresh. And he's got a 15-minute time advantage, which is not huge, but is not nothing. Before we jump to the next game, maybe we should go to Fabi next against Ray Robson. We've just seen these two players, of course, at the Kings. I just realized, Hammer, that we haven't talked about the format whatsoever. Someone was asking in the chat, is this a best of three? What's happening? So the American Cup is a double elimination format. So what we're watching today are the quarterfinals. So the way it works, there are two classical games, one today and one tomorrow. If after these two games the players are tied, we will get a playoff, first two rapid games, then two blitz games, and then an Armageddon. The winners of the matches will progress to the semifinals. The losers will go down to the losers bracket, and if you lose the second match, you are out. And I still remember, Hammer, when we were commentating, it was with you, right? This legendary Hikaru Levon match from the American Cup. Does it ring a bell?
No, but I do a lot of commentary, and my memory is
I can't even remember if it was last year or 2 years ago. I just remember that they played a match which went on forever and ever and ever. Maybe someone in the chat can help me out, because I was thinking of that today and I was like, when was that? Surely someone will remember.
It's worth noting that every other day is going to be a marathon day, at least here in the beginning, right? Because this day one, we're getting a quiet start, one classical game, that's it. But tomorrow, for all the matches that are still tied, the two rapid games and the two blitz games that you mentioned, those happen after the classical game on the same day.
And
so
Hammer,
so that could
and
take
have
some
you
time.
seen the time control for the rapid games?
25 plus 10.
Yeah, which is freaking long.
Yeah, no, it's long rapid games. Very short classical games
Yeah.
and very long rapid games.
Yeah, so as Hammer said, every other day is going to be a marathon. Let's hope. I mean, as you said, hopefully tomorrow, I think we will be covering the entire event, regardless, even if Hikaru goes through in the classical portion. My understanding is we will still look at the tie breaks. So tomorrow, strap in for a long, long show. Should be exciting, and I hope that we don't get to cover Hikaru in the tie breaks. And there you see the schedule on screen. I love that schedule. There is a lot happening, but getting. I don't know if I'm getting hungry. Some things look. I don't know. If you could eat if you could eat one thing from that schedule, what would you eat, Hammer?
The corn, no, the apple pie, no doubt. I'm a sweet tooth.
You're a sweet tooth. The apple pie looks, and honestly, it looks kind of the best out of the lot. But anyway, let's move on and let's go check in with Fabi against Ray Robson.
Well, I mean, I wish I had more to show you, but there seems to be some kind of relay issues with that game, and we're not having moves.
I have moves. Maybe if you refresh.
Refresh? That's risky.
We like living on the edge over here.
Okay, it didn't refresh to where I was. Okay, the refresh did work at least. And what do we have here? Fabi goes for the Reti opening, but then his break against the central black pawn is ignored by Ray, but then an early check with the queen against the king. The knight blocks it, but here Fabi comes in with more pressure in towards the center. There's a bishop pointing on this diagonal with four black pieces there. And then it's the queen doing the counter, well, not counter, whatever word that is, which is also against the king. So that's something to be very slightly concerned about. In addition, Fabi has not spent any time to get into this position, while Ray is already under an hour in a time format where your time is kind of precious, even though, to be fair, Ray has never really, he's never really been appreciative of playing a bit quicker. He always takes his time, and frankly, it has served him pretty well. But definitely a risky situation here with Fabi having a big edge on the clock and some uncomfortable pressure on the board.
Okay, so there is no move yet by Mishra, so we can move on. Let's go to, which one do you want to go to? I'll let you pick.
I guess technically the third seed is Wesley, I would guess. Actually,
why are you testing us like that, Hammer? No, it's
oh wow,
they have the same rating.
Levon and Sevian has the same rating. Wow, and Levon
and Wesley have the same rating. I think you misspoke. You said Sevian.
Okay. Anyway, that's what I meant. And Levon has been given the third seed, which means in theory he has the easier opponent.
You know how that was determined? It actually said in the regulations, if two players have the same rating, it's alphabetical order.
Wow, that's dirty. Wesley not going to score very well there. I guess it's by last name though, but
yeah, but
Aronian
Levon is always gonna score well.
Strong in the last name department.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you going to name your kids now that you know that there are potential benefits?
Well, if it's by last name, then I need to think either get married to someone, starting with A, or drop the style and just keep the Anthony. So many
I
options.
think there's not going to be any hyphenated names. You can have Style Anthony, but as separate names. And then I guess the Anthony could be well,
First.
it would even be Levon Aronian.
That's true, actually. That is true. Okay,
Aaron
what
was a
is
name made
happening
for phone
here?
books. Yeah, this is true.
Huh?
Aaron is a pretty strong name.
Very true.
If it went by first names at least. What has happened here though? Wow, Levon already has a double exclam. So it started out as the English opening, which is pushing this pawn forward. Both players bring all the horses to the farm, to the action. Levon very aggressive here with this pawn moving forward in the center. This is considered pretty okay for black due to the fact that none of white's pawns can control the d4 square. So now black actually tries to very much aim towards utilizing this square for, well, I guess their knight in particular. This bishop move is part of that because the bishop is trying to eliminate the white knight that does have some control of that d4 square. And Sevian even moves his bishop a second time to once again increase that central control. But bam!
Bim bam boom!
I'm still trying to figure out what's going on here. Okay, so if bishop takes bishop, the knight takes knight, and you're attacking the queen. Bishop takes queen, knight takes queen. If you take knight, you lose the bishop, but the bishop can attack here. But then the knight captures another pawn. But the bishop takes and attacks.
But what?
I guess at the end of all of this,
But
Fiona.
can black play bishop b6 instead of taking on c4 and try and trap the knight on b7? Instead of taking, sorry, on d3?
Well,
sorry, instead of
same,
bishop takes, huh? It's the same, yeah?
Same concept, no?
Yeah, that's true. But hadn't you
I guess
put
there's some problems with pushing through the center.
the king safety.
It's not completely obvious though. I'll give you that. Maybe you can even push this pawn. No, apparently that's not okay. Am I not getting the knight out?
You are.
In any case, the engine did prefer white in that circumstance. And then if pawn takes knight, then you lose your bishop. That's fairly straightforward. But Sevian took back with the knight so that now he's protecting the bishop. So now it's an extra knight for Sevian, but Levon gets the fork. And then after takes, you don't take with the queen because then you lose the protection of the central pawn, which means there's no more fork. You have to take with the knight, and then instead of moving one of these guys, Sevian says, I'll just capture your pawn in the middle, because it's not like my bishop or knight can escape anyway, and you can only take one of them.
Is this the life position? No.
I think so.
Right, but, oh yeah.
And now Levon has gone queen c2. What's interesting about this is that Levon is about to be down a pawn. Okay, he's attacking the knight, but the knight will just retreat. And then if pawn takes knight, pawn takes back, black has that extra pawn in the center because you did sacrifice quite a bit to get here in the first place.
I'm so confused. Why is this fine for white?
Well, I think you take the bishop instead. And then you make the argument that you're getting your pieces into the middle of the board very, very quickly, and that black maybe has some issues considering that they have not castled as of yet.
Yeah, this would be a very, very interesting position. Quite spicy as well. Now, now you mentioned, now you've drawn those 2 arrows to the center. I'm like, yeah, actually, I wouldn't really want to be black here. We'll see how this one progresses, but interesting stuff. Meanwhile, we've had a game, move in Hikaru's game, so let's go back there.
The last thing that happened was that Hikaru retreated his queen back. Not entirely sure why he didn't just continue his rook over plan. But in general, the queen is often a bit exposed out here, easy to attack. And Mishra plays his queen out to a similar positioning. Seems fair. And now Hikaru's got to make a decision. I'm starting to think, Fiona, that if rook to g1, maybe I'm a bit of a broken record, but I still like these trades with the bishop for the knight. And if the bishop recaptures then, pawn to c5 immediately puts pressure in towards the white pawns. White doesn't really have anything better than just capturing. And then the rook comes over. The rook is going to take out this pawn next. And to me, it seems like black has a very nice position.
Can we try and defend the pawn with like rook g5?
I mean, you can try.
And I was hoping that if I get you to play h6, it's actually gonna weaken your position, but maybe that's...
Well, that's a good point, because I actually made that exact argument earlier, right? Where I was saying, like, it's such a good thing if you can
safely
get a situation,
g6, right?
yeah, where this pawn is not going to be protected by 2 pawns. I mean, that's a reasonable argument. But at the same time, black has got some well-placed pieces on the other side of the board, though.
Maybe we're lacking a bit of attacking power here.
Well, if you manage to break down this black defensive structure, opening up for those 2 rooks against the black king would be tremendous. It's just not clear whether you'll be able to make that work.
Okay, well, let's see. For now, Hikaru is still thinking. I think rook g1 has to be the natural move. Let's see if we can find other...
Well, I will say that if this trade does happen, Hikaru can take back with the queen. So I was wondering maybe that was his intention of moving the queen back. Because with the queen and bishop working together on this diagonal, now black cannot do this counter pressure move. Because now you have to consider that the pawn is unprotected. At least that was my thinking until I now see the engines suggesting moves like knight to d3, where queen takes pawn would not be a great idea, considering that
that would be quite a devastating finish.
We've smothered ourselves in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I don't know. I like these positions for black, but I'm quite a patient player. I don't mind just sitting there for a bit.
The thing is, Mishra is not even gonna have that much time to sit, right? We're barely out of the opening. And I mean, he's down to almost an hour, Time goes fast. I did say I was curious, if not rook g1, what are other candidates here, candidate moves for Hikaru?
You're asking a good question. I have no answer for you, Fiona. Everything Hikaru has done to this point suggests his next move is going to be rook to g1.
Let me go back actually for 1 second to chess base to see if we're still following. So after a5, e3 was the main. Knight a6 was the main. And king h1 only played 6 times. More common were knight e5, rook ac1, or rook fd1.
But he played it like instantly.
Very quickly, yeah. It has been played. Oh, you know what's funny? I have a game here from the year 2020, Aronian Hikaru Nakamura, which Hikaru won with the black pieces.
So Levon has played this against Hikaru in the past.
Yeah, but it was an online blitz game I'm seeing now. And
still?
Yeah. Hikaru here had played no, sorry. He played knight b4, so they played a different move order. So now I'm trying to understand. Yeah, knight b after king h1, he played knight b4. Okay, I'll just tell you the whole game. It's only 20 moves. I wonder if it really happened like this because I just clicked through it in disbelief. So knight b4, queen e2, bishop takes f3.
So
your
so
move?
Hikaru went for that plan
Yeah.
I've been talking about the whole time.
Bishop takes, c6, rook g1, queen e7, rook g5, king
so
h8.
he's trying to provoke this h6 move.
Yeah,
that
which is also interesting.
Talked about.
Yeah. King h8, rook ag1, g6, and now Levon played queen c2.
That is a suboptimal move.
Yeah. Knight takes c2, resigns. What
in
can I tell
Levon's
you,
defense, in Levon's defense, Black's position is super difficult to break down. I feel like he may have, panicked somewhat earlier than what was needed, but to me, it just feels like this is such a nice position for Black. On the other hand, it entirely depends on what you're doing next. But I think this gives us a lot of information to work with for the current position on the board. Because what we saw in that game was Aronian trying to get his rook to the g5 square ASAP. And I think it's reasonable to assume that Hikaru's going to do the same thing. So, and also, when you asked what else is there but rook g1, I don't think there is anything else. So we're going to put that on the board. And then, considering that even Hikaru thought it was a good idea to trade the bishop for the knight, I am going to make that move. And after bishop takes back, here, what we saw from the previous game was pawn to c6. And then this just becomes a copy of the game that Hikaru obviously is familiar with from before. But with the queen having moved here to the e7 square early, the queen can give some protection here. And I do think this pawn to c5 move is an interesting option to explore. Ooh, but I'm now realizing if takes, rook takes, the rook is going to come here. This is what we looked at. But now, what if the queen just comes in and captures one of the black pawns?
I mean, looks great at first.
Takes, and here knight to d3 with a fork.
Wow.
Well, to be fair, we can move the knight back to protect both of those, but the rook comes in. And yeah, at this point, white is very passive in their positioning.
Yeah, no, this is not of course what we want. So c5.
Hikaru continues to spend time here, but I'm genuinely baffled by what. Oh, I know what's going on.
What is going on? Enlighten
He's
us.
considering e4. He's considering pushing up through the center of the board, which effectively blocks black's bishop, right? So this bishop, which otherwise has been trading for either the knight or white's bishop, now that piece is kind of completely out of play. White gets very good control with the pawns inside black's half. But after knight to h5, it's super, super difficult to keep this pawn protected. The queen can protect, but then the black queen comes to attack. And shouldn't that be the end of the conversation?
I thought it should be.
Yeah, it looks very convincing to me.
Yeah, no, this e4, I mean, can't be good.
And in some of these positions, you do play the knight forward to e5. But the thing is, if Hikaru was going to do this, he was not going to move his king first. Because now after bishop takes, king takes, we can compare this situation with what if Hikaru had gone knight to e5 here at the beginning instead? And if we just follow the same kind of plans for both players, then Hikaru here moved his king once, and in the other situation, he first went into the corner and then had to go up to make the recapture. So in that case, Hikaru's just lost a full move, which he could have used for something more useful, such as putting the rook on this g1 square.
By the way, I just checked. Queen e7 was the first full novelty of the move. We're now in uncharted territory.
It seems
Hammer.
like a sensible move to me. And
Yeah,
I'm concerned about Hikaru's time usage here. In fact, I'm struggling to believe that the clocks are correct. Because haven't we been watching Hikaru think now for more than 10 minutes already?
Yeah, I was thinking, I funnily enough, I just looked at the clock time a minute ago and I was like, that can't be right, surely. I mean, we've been live, the game started an hour ago. So how could that be right?
So we think the correct clock time is closer to what? An hour?
No, an hour 20, an hour 10, an hour 15, I don't know. An hour 10. When I did the math, I thought you should have 15 minutes less. That was my quick. I figured
that's a fair
15
assessment.
moves, right? That's 15 minutes plus 30, 25, so 40 minutes from Mishra's time. So
We
we're
tried
missing
to zoom
20
in on the clock at the
minutes.
venue, but unfortunately the reflection of the light is making it difficult to see
I
the
think it should be
actual clock
around
time.
I think it should be around 110.
Yeah.
Is my if my math is mathing, I think should be around 110.
Does your math usually math?
I mean, these things are more like you've done a lot of chess. I mean, how many hours of my life have I sat at the chessboard calculating, okay, we've made so many moves. Like, I love to think about it. So how much longer, how much, Anyway,
have you
Hammer,
considered that you might have better results on the chessboard if you consider moves instead of making time spent calculations in your head?
I have, but I'd also have less fun, you know? Okay, Hammer, what we're gonna do, let's check in with the only game.
We're not really we're not gonna strike down the chess players are weird
No.
assessment anytime soon. Let's check in with So, I think you were
Let's check
about
in
to
with
say.
So, and after that, we'll go for our first break of the day, so we will have seen all the games from the Open Tournament.
And I'm seeing doubled black pawns and doubled white pawns, but one of the black pawns has a lot of pressure in towards it. Very interesting position, in my opinion. How did we get here? So it started out, well, actually, it started out as an English, but then when Dominguez only went one step forward with his central pawn, it became a classic Queen's Gambit declined. Dominguez playing the Ragosin, which is kind of like a mix between the Nimso Indian and the Queen's Indian and the Queen's Gambit. Mix between the Nimso Indian and the Queen's Gambit. Check on the king while simultaneously attacking the bishop. The benefit of this move from Wesley is that it forces your opponent to move their knight out, which sometimes is a bad thing because it means you're struggling to push your pawn forward to have influence in towards the center of the board. Wesley then moves his queen back because the queen did its job of provoking the knight to begin with. Dominguez is preparing potentially to push forward in the center. I feel like I have played like this with black in the past, but by moving this bishop back to a square where it's well placed now, it does give Wesley the ability to push forward and kick the bishop once again. He chooses not to do so. Ooh, but that's interesting because apparently Dominguez didn't feel like he had a better move than just moving the bishop out. The weird thing about bishops in chess is that by moving the bishop one square forward into the middle, that's like the worst square the bishop can have. Because when you're standing in the middle of the board, you're only pointing out towards the edges. Well, it can be useful, but not so much here. Oh, and Wesley just continues not committing this situation with the pawns against one another because he feels like black doesn't really have any decent ways of organizing their pieces. Ooh, and once again, Dominguez plays like just a little pawn move, a waiting move. But the waiting is over. Wesley finally makes the decision to push forward. And then Dominguez says, I'm going to play my pawn forward in the middle afterwards. But Wesley prevents that by just launching his own knight in the way. And now this h3 move is proving very useful because if takes, the knight cannot move out here to attack in the center because of the white pawn. So instead, oh, he did take in the center, and then he moved forward into the middle.
And that's
that one got captured.
Pawns.
And now if queen takes, then you lose control of this pawn. But then there's another pawn under attack. This is just weirdness. It does feel like Dominguez is prepared, right? Because based on his time usage, he's playing tricky moves without spending too much time. Wesley moves the bishop away so that it opens up for the rook to attack along the middle. The queen moves away. And Wesley, 2 steps forward with the pawn, is trying to get his bishop in position. Dominguez goes for the trade of rooks through the center. Trade accepted. Wesley captures the pawn in the middle. Trade accepted. And now bishop takes pawn, and then Wesley does take another pawn. So we were discussing a similar position where first white captures a pawn in the center, then black captures a white pawn in return, but then the central queen takes another one. Oh, and we're still not at the end of it, Fiona. Because now the rook is going to come in, attack the queen, and attack the pawn behind it. But then queen could capture another black pawn.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very interesting middle game, but it looks like it's probably gonna peter out right after rook a1 if the black a pawn drops. I don't think the players. You will try to hold on.
Well, of course, because otherwise I'm just down a pawn, right?
Can I even go bishop d6?
I was wondering.
But rook b6. Yeah, and if but can I can simply push the pawn, no? If I want
Well,
to
I
make
mean,
a draw.
if you push the pawn, you lose the pawn.
Yeah, but I've just wanted to make a draw. You're trying.
Oh, you just wanted. Oh, if you just want to make a draw as white, that's fine. Black is not going to object to that. Which is why Dominguez has gone with his rook now. And it seems like even though Dominguez all the time is one pawn down for a period of moments at the very least, it does seem like he's going to get some stuff back with the rook pointing against the b2 pawn and the bishop pointing against the a3 pawn. And because the white king is uncastled, we saw that in a situation like this, right? Because here, if you could play, well, if you could do something to protect this pawn, you would like to do so. But you have the issue of rook coming in, attacking the king. King has to move, and then you lose the rook in the corner afterwards. So it does seem like Dominguez has defended tremendously well out of this opening, which to me looked like it was a bit iffy. He was putting his pieces and making some passive moves, but he seemed to have it all under control. That when Wesley made the decision to start pushing the pawns forward, it just ended up with everything being traded.
I wonder if Lenier just maybe knew almost all of this, right?
I would speculate that is the case. Yeah. In the meantime,
Let's
we
go
have
back.
had.
Yeah, we've had a move. Knight b5 was Hikaru's choice.
So the only thing I'm sure of is that we probably don't want to capture this knight, because then after pawn takes, that would open up some pressure for the rook along the side of the board. But more importantly, it would make it more difficult to have this pawn protected by another pawn formation to stunt the white bishop pointing down the diagonal, because then white's pawn would be on the scene to take out the pawn, and then pawn defended by knight is nowhere close to being as much of a cement block that the bishop is pointing in towards. That is definitely something you can deal with. Maybe get a rook here, a knight here, a bishop. That pawn is not gonna keep the Catalan bishop out of the game forever. So what about then instead
Going back to your old plan.
taking the other knight, which has the benefit of then not only getting the pawn formation that we wanted, but it also kicks the white knight.
But now maybe if I go to a3, I can then go via c4 to e5.
I don't know about e5, but I definitely agree that Hikaru is doing this with the intention of saying hello to the c4 square, where it will be putting some pressure on this a5 pawn. But I'm still not entirely convinced. I'm still all about this c5 move, because I feel like after takes and rook over, even though we now no longer have the perfect blockade of the bishop, we've also broken down some of that extreme control white had in the center of the board. And to me, it looks like we're about to capture the white pawn next. But the engine seems to prefer white here, so...
Which is encouraging, all right?
Yeah.
Hammer, I know it's a very interesting game, but we are going to take now our first break of the day as Mishra is thinking about how to react to knight b5, and we'll be back very shortly to see, has he made up his mind? Did he capture any of the knights? What's happening? Anyway, do stay tuned. We'll be right back with the continuation of this game. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to day one of the American Cup. Hikaru is playing against Abhimanyu Mishra with the white pieces. And Hammer, we left it off here just a few minutes ago after the move knight b5 from Hikaru. Let's see what has happened since then.
Well, we kind of predicted it. We said that the bishop would not capture the white knight that moved forward, on account of that improving the positioning of the white pawn, in particular the pawn's ability to prevent this pawn formation that black is trying to set up. And instead we talked about what if the bishop takes the other knight, which is in fact what Mishra played. Hikaru takes back with his bishop. Pawn to c6 does set up this pawn protected by another pawn, which is really bad news for the long-term future of Hikaru's bishop. But on the other hand, this is something Hikaru on purpose tried to provoke, because he's going after this pawn on a5. And when he retreats to the side of the board with the intention of going to the c4 square afterwards. And we can imagine a scenario moving forward where Hikaru manages to get both his knight and his rook, maybe even his queen, pointing in that a5 pawn's general direction.
That is the goal. Mishra has gone a different way than just waiting around with king h8, king g8, surprisingly. Instead, he went for knight e8 here. So where was that knight? Headed to d6, yeah, I guess, to fight against the knight on c4.
Yeah, so realizing he doesn't want to have a white knight stationed, putting continuous pressure against the a5 pawn, Mishra says that, okay, if you move up here to attack my pawn, I'm going to move up here to attack your knight. And that is a very, very reasonable argument to make.
You know who,
and it hasn't really shook my general feeling that black is black is good in these positions. It's very difficult.
Speaking of black being fine here, Aptus is making an interesting observation in the chat that even when you gave black all these, when you gave white all these free moves, when you were just shuffling the king around, at the end of that, the position was still even, despite black having lost literally 3 tempi.
Yeah, well, the thing about these situations and this opening, I guess, in general, the Catalan, you're not really relying on beating your opponent in the next 3 moves. But you're hoping that in 5 moves, 10 moves, you're gonna be able to make a difference. So I think Hikaru has gotten what he wanted, or at the very least, what he could reasonably expect out of this opening. It's a position that is solid for black, but where it's unclear what black should do to progress, and where it's very, very difficult to see how white is going to progress. And how do you deal with those positions where both players are kind of dissatisfied that I'm just gonna have to just sit here and wait for my opponent? There's not really any clear ways of improving the position. Well, you make the argument that this suits my play style better than that of my opponent.
Mm.
And for that reason, I feel like Hikaru he has to be reasonably happy with what's going on, because how could he ever think that this opening would give him anything more than this? He's gonna have to be patient, and he's gonna have to gradually improve his position, and obviously he's gonna hope that Mishra ends up in a time scramble, which is a fairly likely thing to happen when, and this is important, and I feel like maybe we mentioned it, but just in passing, the players are not getting extra time after completing 40 moves, which means if Hikaru manages to get, just a little bit of pressure, or at the very least just keep the game going for an extended amount of time, it's going to be tough on his opponent to keep the pace throughout.
Speaking of time controls and, time ticking down, I think the clock times look correct to me now, right? I don't know if you refreshed during the break or if they fixed it, but the players within just 7 minutes of each other right now, and Hikaru going for a night jump that we didn't anticipate, backwards instead of forwards.
Yeah, and I think this is just based on the fact that if he moved forward, he knew that the Black Knight was arriving to prevent him from keeping that placement long term. So Hikaru says, okay, if I'm gonna have to trade my knight here anyway, I would rather trade with the Black Knight that's positioned inside my half of the board. And now if the Black Knight continues its journey, that is probably not advisable, because after the trade, this black pawn could be a potential weakness for Hikaru to attack long term. For instance, using his queen at some point in the future. So I would say that this trade is probably something Abhimanyu should agree to. And the benefit of doing it this way, instead of putting the queen on c2 immediately, a la Aronian, is that by trading the knights first, you avoid that the opposing knight captures your queen, and instead you manage to put your queen on the c2 square, eyeing both the king side and the queen side at the same time.
And here, I mean, if we get a position like this one, what do you think this long-term grind will look like on both sides? I mean, are we still gonna try and do something on the G file? Are we gonna try and take the center? What's happening here?
I don't really get it, Fiona. To me, it seems like black can just go g6 and is very, very solid. G6, put the knight here. Like something like this, I would assume is just pretty much impossible to break down. But the engine does prefer white here, which doesn't really make sense to me.
I keep
Because
looking at the
I just
king
see this
side.
bishop. I
Yeah.
see this bishop and I'm like, this bishop is terrible.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we need to at some point h4, h5. And let's go.
I'm not even sure what it's doing. Something like
Where
this.
are you off to, Hammer? On a little walk?
Well, I'm just saying, there's plenty of pawns around.
Yeah.
If you stay in the corner, you had all these rooks pointing down on you. But something like this, you don't have this pawn break. You're not going to play this pawn
Oh,
break.
but I like this. Wait, I like this computer move. Rook c5. Is the computer trying to? No.
Well, the
No, I
computer's
thought.
trying to play b4, but even then, I'm not super impressed. So I guess I go here. I attack the rook. The rook attacks my queen. Queen goes back. And I don't know. I assume the plan is trying to play b4. So I assume you go something like, well, maybe b4 immediately. No. Maybe rook here. Yeah, I just
Don't see it, huh?
I don't know. I don't see what's going on here. And every time if you try to, so you can't really play f5 immediately because that one just gets captured. But you can play e4 trying to make f5 happen afterwards. But then, you know, if you lose just one of these pawns controlling the dark squares in the center, your whole position just collapses. So what's good about these kind of things is that this looks perfectly fine for black. But there's a lot of moves. Like this is a position where we can say this is a reasonable way to continue the game, but we're 10 moves down. And in those 10 moves, presumably, black is going to spend some time trying to figure out, do I really have to move my king over here? Do I have to be scared of these rooks pointing down? Can I trade my pawn for whites and try and get some counter attacking against the white king? Black has a lot of decisions to make. And in a position where everything looks like it should be okay, decisions sometimes are even more difficult because you're like, well, this seems okay, this seems okay, this seems okay, but you still have to choose one of them.
So the knights are off.
Yeah, and I'm guessing g6, knight f6 for the next couple of moves. I think that's reasonable.
If you don't go f6, do I then go f5 or?
Well, right now I don't think you can go f5, but it's a very interesting question. So say I go, well, king in the corner is our usual waiting move. Now, if pawn to f5, trying to break down the control of the light squares, then black can go pawn to e5. And what could happen here is that black gains a lot of control of the dark squares in return of letting white control some of the light squares.
What if I go d5 here?
Yeah, well, d5 is what I was thinking. And then I was thinking pawn to c5.
At least our bishop has come to life. I don't know at what
You mean
cost.
the bishop being completely blocked by its own pawn?
Yeah, that pawn
That
will get
bishop?
rid of someday.
Well, the thing here is that even black can even now sacrifice one of their pawns and still have this tremendous dark square blockade of the pawn in the middle. And white's bishop now is relegated to just defending here in the center. And even down a pawn, black is completely fine here. And as an added insult, black can just defend this guy and then move the knight up, and this bishop remains very terrible in my mind. I'm honestly shocked the engine is not more positive on black's behalf here, because this looks awful for white.
Hammer, I see in the chat, Marciak is saying, what the hell is Ray Robson doing? He has 12 minutes left against 1 hour 33. Is Fabi up? Actually, up 3 minutes.
Oh, Fabi is up. Yeah. 80 minutes, a bit over 80 minutes. Fabi has also captured a pawn. He has undeveloped some of his pieces, but he has the extra pawn to compensate for it. And it's very clear to me that Fabi has just been in preparation throughout, and Ray didn't know what to do.
I know that Ray is we've discussed it multiple times, but I don't think I've ever seen this time disparity.
But I think he just got out prepared.
Yeah.
So he did play here in this situation where we said, "Ooh, this is looking a bit scary." He did push the pawn forward, which was the engine's top choice, but he spent 47 minutes on it. Fabi responds instantly, moving his knight up, creating all of this pressure against the black knight, completely ignoring the attack against the white knight. And then castling, Ray spent another 4 minutes, not so bad. The trade happened, but after the trade happened, now there's the continued pressure from the queen and bishop after the knight gets out of the way. Ray tries to keep this one defended, making the argument that if you take here, maybe there's some ideas of making a sacrifice in the center, and it becomes very difficult to get this bishop out. But instead, Fabi played pawn to d3 himself, preventing that option from black, getting ready to get the bishop out immediately while retaining the pressure against the c6 pawn. And Ray, thinking that, okay, he didn't take that pawn on the previous move, maybe he's not going to take that one on the next move either. Ray just said, okay, come on, I'll take the center of the board with my pawns, and I'll dare you to take my pawn.
And Fabi said, yes, sir.
Fabi took it, and he took it in less than a minute of thinking time. And now Fabi is up a pawn, and he's got his queen close to his king to keep it safe. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Ray, who's down a pawn and an hour and 20 on the clock. We'll come back to this one a bit later if it's still there. But for now, we had a move from Mishra, and it's not g6. He's done something way more radical to stop f5.
Wow. And this is one of those moves where now he has less control of the g6 square, which means now it's going to be a lot more both tempting and good.
Do you feel a little bit more optimistic after seeing f5?
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
Absolutely. It's also a big weakening of this e6 pawn. Doesn't feel like a big deal right now, but like we talked about, if Hikaru is going to win this game, he's going to win it in the long run.
So what is Mishra's thinking? Does he want to get a knight to f6 and then maybe, like, does he want to do something like queen h4?
I mean, I think he's just doing the same thing as he was going to do in our variations as well. The only difference is just that he's grabbing a bit more space, taking a bit more control inside white's half. It's not a terrible move, but it is a move that opens up some new possibilities for white. When we talked about how Mishra's problem right now is going to be that he has so many different ideas that all look good. This is what we're talking about. That this F5 move, it seems completely okay, but he had to choose between, do I play F5? Do I not play F5? Am I concerned about the weakening of the E6 pawn? There's all these kind of things that create potential concerns. And we see on the video that Hikaru played queen to b3. So he's immediately starting to look at one of the black pawns that now are doesn't have the protection of one of their buddies. It shuts down all the rook g5 ideas, says Pratsnog. But while it makes sure that the rook cannot attack over to the queen side from that g5 square, it also means that it's so more effective now for Hikaru to double up with his rooks, because every time you now play pawn to g6, that pawn is not protected by two pawns, rather just a single pawn, which in turn will make it easier for Hikaru to break down the defenses. So if anything, I think it makes the ideas of doubling the rooks stronger.
Which is what we want to hear. How do you even respond? For now, everything is under control, right? We don't have a threat right now. I mean, what would happen if you just play g6 here?
Well, if you go g6, then you're terrified of this pawn pushing forward at some point. So I'm starting to think maybe Mishra's idea is to go knight f3. And then when the rook starts targeting down here, the intention could be to move your rook one step up, move your queen out of the way, but just have the general idea that your pressure against the pawn in front of the black king is easily neutralized by the rook just standing put close by. We're getting some moves. Mishra does indeed move the knight back, and Hikaru did not go with the rook on the g file. Instead, he played rook c1.
Hey, rook c1. But does that mean that he wants to now go rook c5 and also put pressure on a5?
And f5.
And f5, yeah.
Because there's an idea here where if black does nothing, it's becoming increasingly more difficult to do nothing. Let's say black goes rook a6. Then after rook to c5, not only do you have to care about the pawn to the left, there's the immediate threat against the pawn to the right. Because of the white queen pointing down at the black king, black's pawn is not allowed to capture the white rook.
So if after rook c1, would it make sense to play king h8 to just, step out of any nonsense?
I think so. I think it makes more sense to go rook f7 though, because that was part of the other plan we had anyway. It also protects the queen, which can be useful in some circumstances. And it also prevents the pin with the queen pointing in against the king. So then after rook up, the problem is, what move do you make here? I kind of wanted to go knight to d7, but
actually Mishra, well, we can go back because he played neither of our moves. He instead played knight d5.
Okay, so maybe this is the point of this f5 move. He's basically saying, I'm just going to put my knight in the center of the board. It's going to block all of your prospects. And you can never chase me away using your pawn, because then my pawn will just capture yours and open up for my rook and everything collapses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but now we understand what his plan is. He's just going to sit there.
Mm-hmm. And the question is, how can we possibly break it?
With patience.
That's all it takes, patience.
Well, it's not all it takes, but it's a decent starting point. I'm a bit curious about bishop takes knight.
Okay, let's have a look at that.
The reason for why I think this is, I just don't see a future for this bishop. I think this bishop is a horrible piece. I can't really imagine any point in the future where this guy is going to be a good contributor. And the knight in the center is pretty good. So I'll take that one. If you take back with the C pawn, then it makes a lot of sense that Hikaru already put his rook over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we try to control with the two rooks on the open file. Makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're thinking E takes.
Yeah, taking with the other pawn may be more clever.
Are we not worried about the hole on E4?
Well, hole, I think you're going to have to explain.
The square that's unprotected, and it would give a check to our king.
Yeah, no, because normally we call something we call a hole is somewhere where
No
the
pawn.
opponent cannot use a pawn to attack, right? But here we do have that square potentially under control as white. I'm not too concerned about my king's safety anyway. I think pawn to h3 here makes a lot of sense. So that if you do come in with the queen, I can just move my king away and still have the plan of using my rooks on the G file.
Yeah, and actually B7 is hanging now as well. I was thinking, well, okay. Yeah, no, I give up on my plan. You have convinced me.
Well, it was still good enough of a plan that I felt the need to make a preparatory move, right? But yeah, let's do this and then rook over. And then if I think one of the big questions here is that if black just sits there, how are we ever going to make progress?
Push the H pawn and hope for the best.
And that seems like a reasonable thing to do.
And now
the engine does seem to prefer white a little bit here. So yeah, I'm going to say take it. Okay. In Hikaru's defense, or rather my defense maybe, there's absolutely no need to take this knight because where is it going to go?
you're saying we can always take it at a later stage.
Yeah. Without having to be concerned about the queen coming in with a check against the king in the corner. Good point. Which frankly is the point that Hikaru's making right now. So I guess rook up.
Rook
The
G3.
question is just how far up?
Maybe to G. Okay, he's never gonna play H6 anyway, right? But maybe we could, with Rook G5, we can just tickle him ever so slightly.
The engine keeps suggesting this queen to b4 move, and I'm not sure what to think about it. Because obviously trading queens is not really something we're very interested in, given that our basically only idea whatsoever is to attack. So we probably have to decline the queen trade. Then I was wondering something like pawn to b5, but maybe it's a bit tricky to make happen. Oh, now actually we're also threatening to take this knight. So say rook here, defending the pawn in order to push forward on the next one. Then bishop takes knight. And you can't take with this pawn because then, well, your rook is in trouble. And if you take with the other pawn, turns out now this pawn is in trouble.
But what if black hadn't put the rook on c8? Then they could have safely recaptured with the c pawn. Huh? I mean, oh no.
Yeah, maybe.
I was like, whenever I hear a threat, I get all excited, but I was okay. But maybe we have something there. Maybe not.
The rook can move over here to defend that pawn, maybe. I think, I guess the general consideration is just that white should keep the queens on the board. White is trying to attack using the two rooks against the black king. So if we're ever questioned about whether we want to trade queens, I think we should say no. Yeah, that's my conclusion.
In general, I'm a no queens trade girl, so I'm with you. But maybe we can take a quick look at what might happen if Hikaru took. I mean, also, Mishra might not play this ever, but...
I really like queen trades, Fiona. So I think when I'm negative to this, that's really saying something. No, I genuinely dare you to suggest anything that can make any progress whatsoever.
Okay, no.
I mean, I think black can even go back and forth for the duration of the game. And still you wouldn't be even close to getting anywhere.
No, what I would do is put my bishop on c4. And then see if I can somehow play e4 someday.
Yeah.
I guess.
Tell me how that works out for you.
Well, d4 would need to be protected.
Yeah, but the thing is, you kind of also need to have some attack going. But yeah, I guess we can try and move the king over and ignore the 15 decent ways black could have played instead of this.
Soon we'll be at the 15.
Okay, here the engine kind of like this idea.
Is he?
Still a draw with correct play, but at least it was a funky way that there's the double pin and the rook is safe. Yeah, I think in general, I just don't see even a whiff of hope with the queens off the board.
So if queen b4 will keep the queens, on the board, I think we had a move. Let's go back to the live game.
Rook c5. Doesn't really do anything, but that is the position we're playing. Nothing really does anything at this point.
Well, it does immobilize the rook on a8 for now, right?
Yeah, fair enough. So now the rook has to protect here. It also means that taking back the knight with the c pawn is never really going to be an option. It prevents queen to b4.
Mm-hmm.
It does quite a few things, but it completely prevents having the two rooks work together against the black king. Although at this point, Fiona, I'm starting to think maybe we're targeting the f5 pawn.
But how are we gonna do that?
Well, we're gonna take this knight
maybe
when
hammer.
the pawn.
Is it an idea? If it were my move, let's play your king h8. Can I take on d5 and play queen b6? No. Because of the damn hole. I freaking knew it. This freaking hole.
The continuation is interesting. The continuation is interesting. Pawn to g5 afterwards. Okay. Just rushing to open up to continue the attack against the white king. Okay, so we need another. But the idea was good, no? I think black cannot defend a5. Well, I think we should start with putting the other rook here, right? So we have the pressure here, and pressure here. That's a good start.
But I'm happy to give up entirely on this g file. If my new idea was go after the a5 pawn. Because wouldn't that have been, would my line have worked if it wasn't for queen e4? What did the computer
King h8 was unironically played.
That's funny.
I don't think he's going to go back and forth, though.
And Hikaru very quickly responding with queen d1. There goes my idea of queen b6 anyway. So is the queen coming back to the king side after all?
I don't think so.
And what is Her Majesty doing on d1 in her castle?
Well, maybe we'll go to the d2 square. And now if the knight tries to move to b4, that allows the rook to come into the center. So I'm saying this knight never wants to move as long as the rook can move in. Because if the rook comes here and starts having threats against all of these weak spots at the same time, that could actually be a bit difficult to deal with in the long term.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm getting a little bit more optimistic because at least we're seeing some ideas now. We also have a nice time cushion. So Hikaru suddenly sped up after spending a bit of time earlier.
But I feel like that's what I said like over half an hour ago, that this position, it feels like it's absolutely nothing for white, but black has to make decision after decision after decision. And if you're not 100% confident, you're going to spend some time choosing between a lot of different plans you can go for.
Yeah, you know what? Let's leave Mishra to it for now and quickly check in with Atusa in the women's section, which we haven't seen yet. I think you have to go to American Cup as well and then just change the on the left, yeah. And let's see. So, Atusa is playing against Irina Crush, the legendary American Grandmaster. And what is happening here? At first sight, looks very, very scary for the Black King.
Yeah, I mean, I think either Atusa is going down pretty quickly or she could be doing pretty well. It's very unclear to me which one of the two that is actually happening.
Why do you think she's doing well if she's not going down quickly?
Because white has an isolated pawn.
Mm-hmm.
It's the kind of position where if black is not getting checkmated, I feel like black could get an advantage in the long term. The unfortunate thing right now, though, is that it does seem like black is getting checkmated because the engine gave the green star for this rook move, which didn't seem obvious at all to me.
I mean, to me, what is strange is that she thinks she's getting mated when the king just moved away from the king. When the rook just moved away from looking at the king. Or how do you want to?
Yeah,
Do you want
but
to
it's
mate on
just
f7 somehow?
yeah. So now the bishop is controlling these two squares, which means our rook is unable to protect the f7 pawn. And now white is pointing both their rook and their knight towards that pawn. So the only thing holding it together now is the knight on f6.
The
But I'm
knight,
starting to wonder whether Irina
yeah.
might just rush the pawn.
Because the knight is very well protected, right? It's defended by the other knight on d5, by the bishop, and by the queen. So it has 3 defenders. It's only attacked once for now. So yeah, I'm also looking at g4 because g4, g5. I mean, it's still 2 moves away, but the question is, how do we stop it?
I'm not super convinced by g4 because
No?
I feel like if you go g4, you can always go g5.
You're a
And
brave man, Hammer.
if the rook now tries to point in here together with the bishop, then the g5 pawn actually does also help the black knight to do something. That was my thinking, at least. Some of my concerns here is that there's a potential trade between the knights happening. And so rook c8 seems completely obvious. Like you're getting the rook in from the corner, you're making some kind of threat or at least pressure against the white knight. I would be very surprised if that move was not played. And then I'm a bit concerned about knight takes knight. Because if I take back with a knight, well, then I've given my opponent access to this pawn, after which the position just collapses. So this is just, yeah. White won a pawn, threatening another, and all the pieces are close to the black king. And if you take with the queen, well, then you've gone from having the knight and the queen protecting on f6 to now having neither. And I'm concerned about a bishop potentially pointing in here, just increasing the pressure. Maybe I can go back, but
it looks like we're really holding on by a thread here.
Yeah, I'm not convinced this is going to work out long term. So that leaves making the recapture with a pawn. But then we have an isolated pawn just like white does. And so at the very least, now white is just going to have easy play with pretty much every one of their pieces superiorly placed to blacks.
Yeah, unfortunately, the position not looking great for Atusa. We'll come back here, see if she can hold on. For now, let's go back to Hikaru.
Queen f6. The most interesting thing about that move is the time spent on making it.
31 seconds.
And we don't have that information, unfortunately.
No. Does it not say 31 seconds or what was that the white?
Yeah, but I think that's bugged.
That's the default.
Saying 30 seconds for everything.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't that long, right?
It wasn't that long, but it wasn't 30 seconds either. That's for sure.
By the way, I was clicking around a tiny bit in the other games in the open section just to see what's happening. Ray's position is computer thinks it might be fine.
But he has 4 minutes.
Yes, 4 minutes.
For the rest of the game. And when I say the rest of the game, I mean like quite literally the rest of the game.
I mean, okay, this is probably not a discussion for now, but I always I should just ask an arbiter someday. What if Roy needs Roy? There we go again. What if Ray needs the toilet now? But okay, Fabi still has over an hour and Ray has, 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, then he
I
has a choice to make.
When I was a child, when I learned to play chess, I remember our coach would tell us, in that case, you can ask the arbiter, stop the clock and go to the
And
toilet.
people told you this, and
Somebody, I will not name names, but a grandmaster coach, legendary grandmaster, told me this. And because I thought about it, okay, I should just look it up. Because what are they
he
gonna
wasn't
do?
lying to you, Fiona.
Yeah, but okay, surely the organizers can be like, yeah, just shit in your pants, deal with it. Like, I'm shocked that it has never.
The arbiter
that
is
it
not
has
going to
never.
force you to sit
Yeah,
at the
but
board.
if you're like, well, I'm not gonna lose on time, so it's your choice. Either I'm gonna do it right here, or or you're gonna pause the clock.
I'm curious about the 12-year-old girl who challenges the arbiter in that way.
Yeah, but I mean, if it happened, like, if you genuinely needed the toilet, it's not dirty tactic. I'm all in favor. Let's be clear. I'm all in favor that you should be able to stop the clock. If it's like a one-off thing, if a player starts doing it every time, then no. But if you're genuinely, I mean, you can even hell be sick or have eaten something not good.
To be fair, I've been on both sides of this argument. I have both peed my pants during a game, and I have also asked the arbiter to kind of help me because I was sick. And at one point in my career, during an important tournament, an arbiter actually stopped my game because I was feeling super, super sick. And he gave me a half an hour medical break
Wow,
while
I've
I was
never heard
trying
of
to
that
recover.
actually. I've never heard of. You see, and I think that should prevail. Like nobody, I mean, if you're Fabi and you're gonna sit there for an hour and the guy has shut his pants, it's not gonna be a pleasant experience, is it? It's not gonna be a pleasant experience for anyone in that playing hall. So I personally think that, there should be some leeway, but I'm curious if there is something in the rules.
I also think a potential heat stroke is a bigger deal than having to go to the bathroom when you've spent too much of your own time. I feel like that's a problem of your own making.
Yeah.
Whereas a heat stroke is actually kind of serious medical, and especially
Did you
in a
get a heat
junior
stroke
tournament.
in the playing hall?
Well, I mean, I wasn't feeling too great going to the playing hole either, to be fair. And I still don't know whether it was a heat stroke or what it was, but it felt pretty bad for a couple of hours there.
Did you recover? Did you continue the game?
Yeah, I continued the game and salvaged a draw. And then got admitted to hospital that evening.
And an eventful day, Hammer.
It really was. We were playing the Junior World Championship in Gaziantep. If you don't know Gaziantep, it's
I
on the
know it well. I
Syria-
was supposed to come and I didn't come for safety concerns.
Oh, really? It's on the Syria Turkey border. It's the gastronomical capital of Turkey, which basically means it's home to the kebab. And it was 40 degrees outside, which to the Americans maybe doesn't mean much, but it was freaking hot in the middle of the summer in the Middle Eastern deserts. So, yeah.
Yeah, that does not sound too fun. Anyway, I can't believe we're having all this. I didn't realize we were still on Fabi's game. Well, Ray is still alive. Hopefully doesn't need the toilet. The game between Wesley and Lenny Dominguez, as we predicted, petered out quite quickly. And that leaves what? Levon against Sam Sevian. Let's have a look.
So we thought Levon had sacrificed a pawn. Well, he definitely did sacrifice a pawn. But as it turns out, Sevian ended up not accepting the pawn sacrifice and got his king out of the center of the board. That was pretty good, smart of him. And in the current situation, they have the same amount of pieces, although Levon arguably has a really nice bishop pointing towards the black king. The only issue is that the black knight is kind of really well placed in the center, standing in the path of said bishop. A little bit better for white, I would think, but maybe not much.
We'll come back here to find out. For now, back to Hikaru we go, where the queen has actually gone to f1.
I take back what I said earlier, Fiona. Maybe the king is going to go back and forth a little bit. Yeah, I'm assuming the idea here is that the queen will use the edge of the board to target the black king. And if we do rook up and down on the opposite side, we can see that a potential problem here would be that the rook comes in, attacks the queen, and if the rook is captured, the bishop takes, opening up for the queen, and the queen gives the checkmate, the bishop and queen working together. However, as
God,
pointed
we
out,
waited 2 hours. Hammer, don't do this to us ever again.
as pointed out by the chess engine, after rook here, you can just move the queen and nothing is going on.
It's crazy that nothing is going on here.
Well, I wonder, what if we move the bishop here instead? Bishop attacks the pawn, pawn moves forward, and then just bishop back. And now we have access to the square. Wow. Engine recommending g5.
Nah, surely you would never play g5. I refuse to believe
Takes, opening up against their own king. But now if the bishop moves in, trying to go for a checkmate, the bishop gets stuck.
What an incredible line.
And suddenly it's black attacking with their rook. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Just to me, it seems like black's position is unassailable, but Abhimanyu keeps using more time than Hikaru consistently on every move. And it's not going to be that many moves until he's down to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, until he's down to a point where he just has to make a decision. So Hikaru's plan right now is essentially just keep this game going until the opponent gets low on time, and then start thinking about how you're going to win it.
And that's a plan that makes a whole lot of sense, I think, in this situation. Because, I mean, you called this, what, an hour ago, that you think black is fine, but you have to keep thinking. You have to, white keeps moving those pieces around. Oh, maybe I'll use the G file. Maybe I'll use the C file and the 5th rank. My queen, maybe it's going to attack some pawns on the queen side, or maybe it's going to slide over to the king side. So you can never really relax as black. And yeah, I still, even though I don't see a clear path forward, I'm still optimistic because I think Hikaru, he has so much experience. He is one of the best players in the world. And I think he understands, better than almost anyone what he needs to do, which is what you said, right? Just move around, make black's clock tick down, and during that time think about, okay, where is my eventual break possibly going to come from when I have him where I want him on the clock. Rook c7,
I think he's planning on doing something.
b6 or b or what?
I think he might be planning to push his pawns forward. So now if Hikaru continues in this route that we thought was this is where the queen is headed to point against the black king, I'm thinking then pawn to b6 kicks the white knight, the white rook. And when the rook moves back, maybe you just continue pushing the pawn forward and you create this pressure between these two pawns. And you're going to have the other rook come in afterwards. And yeah, you don't really want to take this pawn because that opens up for the black queen to start feasting on white's pawns. But on the other hand, if you don't take this pawn, probably they're going to take yours after they first prepare with the two rooks working together. So the good news here is that Mishra's plan is very obvious based on the move he made. He's not really hiding his intentions when he's moving his rook to protect the pawn so that this other pawn may be excused from its task of protecting its buddy. The bad news is that this plan looks kind of good. And it's not entirely clear to me how Hikaru can prevent this in the long term. Even the moves being suggested right now, Engine wants queen to c1. I just don't see. Oh, never mind. So I was going to say, what if just rook c8 and then b6 next move?
That would be nice. That would be a lovely surprise.
That would leave a pawn undefended. Yeah. And you can't go b6 because then rook takes pawn. Okay, so maybe we go queen c1, but then the issue is that we tried to move the queen in the other direction.
Hikaru just played queen g2.
Okay, so the point of this is that now the bishop and queen are both pointed towards the knight, so that if you go with the same plan we talked about earlier, with both pawns forward, that's going to allow Hikaru's queen to just grab a pawn in the center. And that should be enough to win the game, or at least be pretty darn close. So Hikaru's just preventing this. This queen move is more about this than it is this. And but it's nice with the stuff that does both.
Yeah, and it's also another move which is gonna make Mishra think, right? Because he had a plan. This move prevents the plan somewhat. So I am liking Hikaru's strategy. Mishra is under half an hour, and on our end, it is time for a short second break. How would you sum up the situation on the board right now, Hammer?
Hikaru chose an opening where he's trying to get a long-winded win. The long-windedness has definitely been confirmed. The win is still to be decided, but he is better, and he is provoking his opponent into getting low on time.
We will see how this plan works out after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to day one of the American Cup. Today, Hikaru is playing against Abhimanyu Mishra, the youngest ever Grandmaster. And from the Catalan, we got this very maneuvering position where it's not clear. Is Black really so solid? With the time ticking down, will Hikaru manage to ask some questions? Hammer, we've missed just a couple of moves, so let's rewind and see what's been happening.
It's interesting, and I think this is something at least my old coach used to say, that kids cannot sit still. And he also used to say that often you're supposed to sit still, and it's one of the more difficult things to do in chess. By sitting still, I don't mean sitting on their chair during the game, but rather not create new weaknesses. And Abhimanyu, he played pawn to b6, defending his pawn on the side and also kicking the rook back. The benefit of that move is that now this black rook in the corner no longer has to protect its pawn, so it can move into the game. The problem, though, that Hikaru is trying to highlight with his move is that this has caused a weakening of the pawn formation, and pretty much every white piece is trying to target this c6 pawn.
The computer evaluation hasn't changed much, but from a human perspective, do you think we're making slight progress?
Interesting. I think Abhimanyu has been brilliant in his evaluation that this is a position where even though sitting still doing nothing might be okay, I think doing what he did is also okay. And he's currently maneuvering his queen over to this d6 square. The queen will there both protect the knight in the center and control the c5 square. Everything black is doing right now is in preparation for pushing the pawn forward, which then would enable a trade between pawns, which then would have the four rooks pointing against one another and causing the trade of rooks as well. Hikaru just creates a little space for his king on the side of the board. And now I'm expecting queen to d6. And then the follow-up pawn to c5 afterwards. And I don't really see how Hikaru's gonna prevent just a massive amount of trades happening pretty soon. Oh, interesting. So the engine feels like whenever black tries to complete their plan by going pawn c5, that white can just shift their attention through the center and target the knight instead.
And this might be something. Black is forced here to play rook c1 to alleviate the pressure a little bit, get rid of one of the two rooks. And so what happens here after bishop takes d5? Guess you can recapture immediately.
I mean, it definitely feels like this is a bit better for white. White has managed to win a pawn going into the rook endgame. And I mean, to me, it feels like this should be almost winning for white. Okay, apparently black can go into a pawn endgame, down a pawn, but that is a very difficult thing to find.
For sure.
And realize. That is good news for Hikaru, and at the very least it showcases that black still has some thinking to do. My next thought is, okay, if pawn to c5 is not so good, what about pawn to b5? But whenever pawn to b5 comes, the rook can just choose not to trade, because frankly it's more important that the black pawn remains on the c6 square and that it doesn't open up between the white rooks and the black rooks. That's more important than potentially just losing a pawn on the side of the board. So, okay, I may have been wrong. Abhimanyu thought that this pawn to c5 plan was going to be great. And right now, it seems to me maybe he was mistaken.
But
and Hikaru is playing very quickly, and Abhimanyu is down to 22 minutes now.
What if he realizes that neither c5 or b5 are ideal and reverts to just waiting?
Yeah, that's a fair point. He decides to move the knight.
Is that
Okay, so
a wavy move? Is
couple
he
of
gonna...
points.
Yeah.
A couple of points now, Fiona.
Mhm.
B5 next is starting to look like a big threat. So previously we said if B5, we can just move the rook up.
Mhm.
But now we have to deal with the potential of the knight then continuing forward, attacking both the rooks.
Mhm.
If the rook moves down, same thing. Knight will attack both rooks. Apparently, this is good for white because of takes, queen f1, which
Not obvious.
is shocking to me.
I mean, why is it so strong
How
after
is
the
this so
trade?
good? I'm very confused by this being good for white.
Maybe black cannot hold on to both pawns. Queen b6.
Ah, you have bishop e2. Ah. I just hated this for white because you got the 2 versus 1, but if you can make the 2 versus 1 into a 1 versus 0, that would be nice. No, so there's still plenty to calculate for Abhimanyu. And if pawn to c5, I'm guessing we go d5? No. Yeah, pawn to c5 remains a problem.
Yeah. So what does the computer wants? Rook d1. Takes.
This doesn't feel very impressive to me, but
I mean, we can try again, right? Queen f1, try and get the queen to b5. Could we not recapture what the rook was there? Oh, you want to go in there.
yeah, no, it seems interesting. I suppose Hikaru's main problem right now is that what if Abhimanyu now decides to sit? Because we've seen how Hikaru has interesting responses to both b5 and c5. But it's not like Hikaru can improve his position in the meantime. So what if black just moves the king over in preparation for later on playing one of these two? Also, it should be mentioned that Hikaru technically can capture a pawn right now.
I hadn't even seen that.
But apparently it's a bad idea because the knight comes in. Ooh, this is sweet. This is so cute. The knight comes in, attacks the rook, and if the rook moves up, the knight just gets a fork on the complete opposite side of the board.
Yeah, and if the rook goes one up further, the pawn is hanging on b2.
Well, not only is the pawn hanging, the rook is actually trapped.
That's very nice. And Hikaru, what has Hikaru done?
Rook, no. Bishop back.
e2.
Well, that's definitely preventing b5.
The question is, what about c5?
What about c5? That is the big one. Takes. If rook takes, it's actually checkmate.
Oh, we hadn't even discussed back rank issues.
Okay, that's a decent starting point. So, but that also means that avoiding c5 here is pretty easy. Because it's quite obvious that you need to create some space for your king. So I'm going to say king g8 maybe. Because at this point, it would be useful getting the king closer to the center as well. There has been some moments where the computer is suggesting queen g5. And then it would be nice to just have the king move over to keep the queen protected. Yeah, so king here, I guess. I kind of want to go g6, but it's not on the engine's radar. So it's making me insecure.
It's completely fine, yeah.
Because if possible, I would prefer having the king up here. Oh, they're just making a draw?
Oh.
Ah, that's clever.
Oh, that was his idea.
We forgot about that.
But can Hikaru go elsewhere? Rook g1?
Well, he has to go elsewhere if he wants to continue the game. But the problem is now maybe c5 is better because now there's not a second rook to help out.
Yeah.
I don't really see it though.
He goes rook d1 instead. And so
yeah, I'm assuming the knight is going to go back.
Yeah. I have one more question. Can Hikaru somehow play f3 and e4 at some point?
I mean, maybe he's going to have to if he wants to win. But I feel like you're probably not going to do that when c5 is in the air, right?
No, that's a good point. Yeah.
Because then you've weakened the dark squares.
Yeah, I mean, there is of course no rush. I would make sure at least that the king is on h2 so that h3 is defended. But I think you're saying that the rook on c4 is also maybe not ideally placed, yeah, for such a plan.
Well, I was just thinking I wanted to get the bishop up here. Because I was thinking there's some kind of a scenario like this where you can push d. What is going on? Okay, he went back. So I'm thinking the other rook back. With the idea that if you continue this dance, then bishop to c4. I think this is the bishop placement Hikaru is looking for. That's why he moved the bishop back. And this bishop placement is kind of useful because it prevents b5. And if now pawn to c5, we can go d5 was my idea.
And if we get a big trade?
I just assumed that this was very good for white. Because now
right,
I'm threatening here. And then I can double my rooks. And like the black rooks are being stopped by their own pawn. Whereas the two white rooks are working very nicely. And I feel like the engine is kind of confirming. Yeah. But knight takes bishop was maybe a bad idea. And if instead the pawn just rushes forward, getting rid of this pawn also means activating the rooks, which is kind of something we tried to avoid. Yeah. But interestingly, here the engine really likes white after takes. And then rook takes, pawn b3. And now it turns out this bishop placement is perfectly stopping the two black rooks. And I'm also pointing the bishop against one of the major black weaknesses that resulted from this f5 move played, 15 moves ago, if not 20. And here I can slowly build up on the d file as well.
Yeah,
and I just guarantee.
Like is much better, right? Where we can continue our strategy of just playing some slow moves and not giving black the chance to.
Yeah. So Hikaru played b3, which is kind of the same thing. Hikaru is now saying, if you go c5, I will take again, and I will put my bishop on the c4 square where it's protected by the pawn.
Question,
so Hikaru now has prevented, it turns out moving this bishop back to e2 just completely prevented every idea
C5.
with pawn to c5.
Yeah.
But now I'm starting to wonder if the
B5,
queen is coming.
The problem is, yes, we have stopped Black's plan, but we are the higher rated ones and the ones with the white pieces, right? Black isn't actually forced to do something. It's good if we have a good answer to their ideas, but what if Black does nothing?
And first we have to prevent what if Black does something. So the second choice of the engine is actually rook a1 here.
That's incredible.
No, but I kind of like it because then I don't have to think about what happens if queen moves in.
Okay, what will you do if I start going back and forth king g8, king h8?
Well, I might actually resort to the Fiona plan.
The last resort.
It's pretty far down on the list.
I mean, it's tough to come up with to find another plan, right?
No, actually, maybe I just want to move this rook back as well. I've really grown to like the c4 square for the bishop.
Okay, I'll just pass until I see what your plan is.
I'll attack the rook.
Okay, rook d8. I was gonna say rook c8.
I agree it's going to be time consuming, whatever I end up doing. Maybe rook e1.
Okay, king g8. Or did I already need to worry? And look at e4 was flashing up. Actually.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay, king h8.
Okay, now maybe is the time. Engine hates it.
Which is not great news for us to see.
Yeah. Every time we push these pawns up, we leave this guy undefended, which is a bit problematic.
Yeah. I'm shocked though that there are no tactics here in that final position where you captured on f4, but
yeah,
just weren't there. Yeah, Hikaru. Well, wait, Hikaru actually made a move. Took a long time to show up.
Well, Hikaru definitely has started to like the c4 placement for the bishop as well. But I guess what we're saying is that even though that's a nice placement, we don't see what you're doing next.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, Mishra has also sped up, right? He's not spending so long on his moves any longer. I have the feeling that he's quite happy with the setup he has right now. And well, we see he just played knight b4.
Yeah, but no need for Hikaru to think here. Just play bishop c4.
Hikaru is looking around at something. Oh, he actually got up with his clock ticking. Call the arbiter. What's happening?
I'm checking the other games to see if something's going on.
He had sat down and his clock is ticking and he got up again, which,
Yeah, but maybe there's a conflict or a discussion that
yeah, but
caught his attention
it's not allowed, no? Like
to get up.
on your, when your clock is ticking, no? When it's your move.
It's maybe considered bad manners, but I don't think it's not allowed.
I went my whole career thinking you're not allowed to get up on your move.
I mean, if I do it, I usually tell my opponent, sorry, I have
And
to go to the
if you ask your
bathroom.
opponent, sure. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like I've already had enough, introduced
I think
enough
it was probably
rules.
this. I think it was the Atosa game that because Crush sacrificed a piece. She allowed Atusa to capture the knight in the middle and then didn't make the recapture, because if you make the recapture, suddenly black is fine chasing this knight away. But she went for the check on the king, and after the trade, or rather after the bishop takes the knight, now Crush comes in with queen takes in the center, saying that I'm gonna win your bishop anyway, because if you move back, my queen is trapping your king in the corner.
Another big hole.
Yeah, this one a lot more significant than the similar one in Hikaru's position. I guess you have to go bishop here. But then Crush can sacrifice again. She has another rook that can come in afterwards.
I mean,
So,
to be honest, this looked like no pun intended, like a crushing game, no, by Arena.
I think it was a very impressive sacrifice from Irina at the very least to finish off the game here. That was very sweet.
Meanwhile, Hikaru, he is at his board, but he is. I don't think I've ever sat him. We've seen him so many times in St. Louis. I don't recall him sitting like this, just facing the wall.
I don't know why he's thinking, because he doesn't really have a choice other than to just play quickly and hope for his opponent to make a mistake, as far as I can understand. Oh gosh.
What?
Is that a concern? I was starting to think, if bishop here, is he concerned about b5? Because then if takes, there's a lot of threats down the c file.
Oh, but look at this, bishop f1, and if you take the rook, you get mated.
Wow.
Incredible.
I really feel like Mishra should play g6 at some point.
Yeah, I agree.
Just give
This
some
is already
space
the
for that
second
king.
time we've noticed some potential back rank issues.
But actually, it doesn't really matter because the bishop can just move back.
What do you think is
Now you're
going on in
threatening this.
Hikaru's mind right now? What's he?
I don't know. I feel like he's maybe just frustrated that he's not getting anywhere. But at the same time, I feel like that's such a predictable outcome of this opening. So you gotta keep going, and you can't give your opponent a breather, and you probably shouldn't give them some confidence either. Hikaru's reaction at the board right now has got to feel good for Mishra, right?
I agree. I was laughing because the most supreme Juice was saying he was watching the paint dry, which is funny, right? Because the backdrop is actually new. I don't think we've seen, well, it literally says American Cup 2025, so it's definitely new. Yeah, I wonder if Hikaru really, if he, like, he doesn't look happy, right? I wonder, does that mean he feels like there isn't just not much left to try here? And is he thinking about possibly repeating moves or?
No, there's no way.
But then why is he? Because as you said, like, this is a predictable outcome, right? Then why is he upset. Okay, bishop c4 has been played.
That is what we were waiting for.
Mhm.
Now basically just put all the rooks on the e file, I think. I think something like this could be reasonable.
And
And
if
then
you
if we do manage to push that pawn forward at the right moment,
Mhm.
this is very nice.
Yeah, so this is the new plan, yeah?
I think this has to be...
All aboard the e4 break train.
And open up in the middle while the black rooks are stuck behind their own pawn doing nothing. Basically, Hikaru needs to open up more area for his rooks.
Mishra. Oh, we already. Did we already see that he went back to b4? I mean, we have lost track of.
No, the Hikaru's move just hasn't registered.
Oh. I thought he went back. Yeah, I have to say I'm still feeling optimistic somewhat. I think I'm mostly concerned by Hikaru's body language, but maybe I shouldn't be too affected. Sometimes he's hard to read I mean he's sometimes very easy to read, right? And it's clear that he's a little bit frustrated, but maybe he's also, especially with Atusa playing in the same tournament. Like right now, he pulled a face, and I was thinking like a face of disappointment, but could be that it's not related to his own game, right? So it becomes even harder when there's someone playing in the same room whose game you care about a lot. That makes reading him even more challenging. What's happening with our broadcasts? With our games? With our, not the broadcast, I think the stream is fine, but it is Hikaru's move on the camera. And the bishop is on c4. Oh,
So,
Abhimanyu played knight a2.
yeah. Doesn't really change too much. He attacks the rook. The rook is going to move up. I don't know why Hikaru's thinking about this. Just move the rook up, attack on the knight. The knight
Rook
moves
a1 he
back, and
played.
then the rook into the center.
So he did attack the knight, but from the a file.
Now he's giving Abhimanyu the option of a different square he can use with the knight. Maybe he's doing this on purpose to make
I
his
think
opponent
so, yeah.
think about it.
Do you think there's even a difference between c3 and b4?
I mean, if you're going to the d5 square afterwards, there's definitely no difference.
But could there be something to be said
I
for then
mean,
going?
I think it makes sense going here because then you're attacking the rook,
Yeah.
so the rook has to move. And you could potentially put the knight on e4.
Can I make an argument for knight b4, which was played by Mishra, by the way? With that move, you have more chances that Hikaru might run into a threefold position repetition at some point.
I'm
Or is
not
that
sure
a
I'm
bit
buying
far-fetched?
that. Well, it's easier to keep track of if the knight just goes back and forth than if the knight is jumping around a bit more. Would be my counter argument. What did Hikaru do in response? Rook g1?
Rook g1, yeah. So far, we're not yet on the e file.
Yeah, but going on the e file would maybe make it too obvious.
Yeah, but can we ever play e4 if we don't go on the e file?
Maybe. Maybe we should test it. Say if g6 now, can we go e4? Engine says definitely not. But is this really that bad? Ooh, the knight comes in to disrupt the rook. That's not great.
There we see another argument for knight b4.
That's actually quite a good argument for knight b4.
Yeah, so I think e4, at least in that spot, not a thing. Okay, so let's try again. You said g6, right?
Yeah. To me, the weird thing is that after g6, Engine recommends queen g5, which just is wild to me. Because I said earlier, right, that the only thing white definitely doesn't want is the queen trade. I
What
think
is the
without
computer's...
some kind of attacking scheme against the black king, I don't see any hope for white to win this.
What do you think the computer's idea is behind queen g5?
Trying to lure the black queen away from the defense of the e6 pawn.
And if I take?
Well, then I have successfully lured your king away, a queen away from the defense of the e6 pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe you can even create a path for the king through the center.
That's interesting. Okay, rook e8 or rook e7, I don't know what's... Anyway, we have a move, rook d8 played by Mishra.
Once again, queen g5 is being suggested. I do like the idea of, after this trade, getting the king up.
Yeah.
But I don't think the trade doesn't seem necessary.
I think it's not impossible that down the line Hikaru might go for a queen trade idea, but I think it's too early. Like, I think...
I will say this about the current position. If now g6, which I have been promoting a bit just to improve the positioning of the king, now there's bishop takes pawn, exploiting the fact that if queen takes bishop, then the rook is undefended behind it.
That's nice.
So at least it would be making a threat, moving the queen up.
But maybe that queen g5 idea also doesn't go away, or does it?
Well, the thing is,
If
I don't
she's...
understand completely what Abhimanyu is doing with his rooks now, but to me, it feels like if just black was focused on getting the king a bit in from the corner, I don't know. I feel like something like this should be very fine for black. Although, I suppose... Wow.
What is this madness you're showing us?
Voluntarily getting doubled pawns on the side file and allowing your opponent to capture a pawn in the center, and yet Engine likes black here. That's crazy.
This is pretty wild.
I think essentially the Engine just really likes pawn to f4 next and have the two rooks pointing down here. And the knight can be a bit annoying coming in.
What did he play? He played something. It's not queen g5.
King h2. I like the principle of your thinking, Fiona, that don't make the committal move until the guy is low on time. So don't go for the queen trade. Don't go for any trades until Mishra is down to 5 minutes on the clock. That's a very sound strategic non-chess concept. That's just being smart. Has nothing to do with chess skills.
Do you feel like Mishra should speed up, or do you think the pace at which he's been playing is fine?
No, I think he needs to speed up. I think he could get himself into some trouble here if he keeps
And
spending 20 seconds more than Hikaru on every move. That's going to cost him.
do we think the clocks are correct? Probably, eh?
I think so, yeah.
Are you, if you're black here, will you just play something like 95 again, or will you try to think whether maybe
No,
wait,
I mean,
is
I
G6
want to
still
go
a thing?
G6. G6, King G7 is what I've been saying now for a while. And that would be, I feel like the king needs to be improved. Because we saw some back rank checkmates, right?
We did, yeah. Yeah, we have been, I mean, you especially have been saying for a while how. Okay, I guess the back rank issues are not. Maybe that's not true. I was gonna say maybe they're not as big a deal any longer, but they probably are. But he goes in a different direction. Queen f6. Once again, the engine's recommending Queen g5.
Yeah, but I'm not very impressed by Queen G5 now because this Rook to F8 seems a very capable way of dealing with it. Because the Queen trade is not really something White is looking for. And the only reason Black isn't taking is because of. Well, actually, now Hikaru playing King H2 makes sense in the terms of wanting to be one step quicker with that plan of getting the king up through the center. But as long as Black says, I'd rather make the queen trade on my the way that I want, this king is not getting through. And without the queens, I don't see how. I suppose now you could try and go e4.
Okay, let's try that. How do you do it? F3, rook e1,
Rook C1, I think. So first I want to take control of this square so that the knight cannot jump in here. And then the knight will jump here instead.
But maybe now we go to e2.
I was thinking maybe d2. I want to keep this one protected. Then the good old g6, king g7. Engine is super not impressed.
I know.
Even if we do get
Hammer,
E4.
you know I'm the world's biggest optimist. But this is really, I mean, I'm struggling to find I mean, we're trying a million different things. And all we have to do is make, natural moves for black and nothing ever. The engine never gives us anything.
No, but I think the queen trade is a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I just don't think the queen trade is something we should be looking for.
I wonder if Hikaru right now, somebody was saying he's looking at a two-size game. I think that could very well be, because I was wondering, like, he was shaking his head so vigorously, and I was like, I was confused, but then when I saw the comment, I realized, yeah, it makes more sense to shake his head about her game, I think, than his own. Shall we quickly check in with Fabi, see how he's getting on against Ray?
So Ray has been down to seconds for, I want to say 30 moves, but actually we're only on move 36. Engine had Ray down a pawn, but in a completely fine situation because of the counter pressure he had against the b3 pawn. But Engine did not like that he moved away from the defense of the c5 pawn. But then he moved back, so then it should be fine. Somehow Engine even prefers black here, which is wild. 。 Imagine Ray winning this game after having that horrible opening and
That
being
would
down
be
to a
one of
minute.
that would be one of the most insane things ever.
He's playing top choices here. Engine genuinely preferring Ray's position with black at this moment. But he has no time. And so Fabi sacrificed a pawn, tried opening up an attack against the king, and being low on time, Ray couldn't find. Oh, Ray just blundered. Oh, that's pretty bad. Ray, rook takes b3, terrible mistake. After rook takes, he must have been intending queen takes rook, but that lands him in some trouble. After queen takes knight.
It took me far too long to see it.
And then there's the fork on the king and the queen. Ray obviously would have seen that if he had more time, but he didn't. And now he then had to take the knight instead, but he's given away a rook for unnecessary reasons. That being said, the only winning move apparently is rook b2, which is not obvious at all. I'm starting to wonder if Ray did this on purpose, actually.
But isn't rook b2 quite obvious because you're stopping queen c2? Can you show me the position?
Yeah, I still think Ray actually did this on purpose because he wanted to take out the white knight.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure it was a blunder. I think he just intentionally wanted to get rid of the knight and now has an attack against the rook and the pawn. Rook b2 makes sense because it avoids this check, I suppose. Yeah. And then queen takes pawn. Queen check, king back, pawn takes. How obvious is this?
I don't know. Let's push the pawn and see. Oh.
Well, if you push the pawn, there's some checks here,
check.
right?
Yeah.
So I think we should probably attack the rook. And now rook a2 is the only winning move, but that makes some sense to get some checking distance. And then queen trade. Now these two pawns are quite dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And if you push your own pawn, still dangerous. There's not a lot of pawns remaining, but maybe rook takes here is going to be what finishes it. Because the king cannot take back because the pawn
That's a
just
nice
promotes.
finish, actually.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, but I think just from the time situation in general, Ray's king is out in the open. He's been playing with a minute for, a minute and then some. Yeah. It feels like Fabi's going to find some way to win this.
Let's quickly go back to Atusa, which is the game that I'm speculating Hikaru is looking at quite a bit.
Yeah, Atusa, in trying to prevent this queen from trapping the black king in the corner, she went for the queen trade, which honestly feels like a pretty good way of doing things. She's down a pawn, but she's not getting checkmated anymore. And we're going into a rook endgame. Rook endgames, people have made draws down a pawn in the past. Definitely
I
doable.
think this game will go on for a long time. Why do these players have a lot less time than Hikaru? No, or is it not?
Well, they probably made a lot fewer moves, right?
Oh, it's only moved 26. Wow. Feels like it's been a longer game, but yeah, you're right that a lot happened very early in this game. Let's go back to Hikaru.
I just quickly want to point out that the game between Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian, the two players of Armenian heritage, that game is going to be a draw.
Speaking of draws in this tournament, much like in the Champion Showdown, the Kings, if you guys were here for that, there was a no draw offer rule in this tournament, so you cannot offer a draw at any point, not after move 30, not after move 40. Of course, the players can still repeat, but no draw offers allowed.
And in the meantime, Hikaru, he did make a move. He centralized his rook, but he also went back with his bishop. Well, basically, the only thing Hikaru needs to do now is just make quick moves and hope that Mishra spends more than 30 seconds figuring out a response. That would be my main strat. But that's maybe also because I don't have the ability to come up with something groundbreaking to actually help White make a breakthrough here. But with Hikaru's skill set, probably you should both try to find a breakthrough and play quick moves.
And there is a quick move, rook c1. We are really deep into the maneuvering phase here, but looks like we're targeting the c6 pawn.
I mean, this is a potential, 200 move game. And Hikaru's going to do what he can do to try and keep the game going for as long as possible, because that increases the likelihood of his opponent getting in time trouble, which in turn increases the likelihood of Mishra making a blunder. But for now, it's seeming, it feels very. Oh, did they agree to a draw?
No.
Oh, I just saw both of them with their hands kind of forward at the same time. My bad.
They couldn't even, right? Because he's not allowed to offer.
Oh, at any point.
At any point, no. Chickadee Little is asking, is there bonus time at like 40 moves? No. So it's a very short classical time control. The players get 90 minutes and 30 seconds increment from move 1, but no extra time on move 40, which I think these guys don't play that time control so often.
No, very, very unusual. Well, I mean, in the US, it's more usual than in Europe because the US has a lot more tournaments with 2 games a day, where you kind of have to have this time control just in order to have enough time in the day to play.
Which is also why they use it, right? To have time for playoffs after. Mishra about to make a move. Hammer, we have one last break left. Do you think maybe it's good to take it ASAP so we don't miss the final action?
I think so, but the thing is, there's going to be a lot of moves while we have our break. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of progress. I think Hikaru is going to hold back on his best plans until Mishra is down to like 5 minutes on the clock, because he doesn't want to kind of reveal what his plan for winning the game is until Mishra has too little time to figure out the best response.
ASAP Hammer. Good one. Yeah, I think that's exactly what is going to happen. So don't stress, guys, if a lot of moves come in. If a move comes in that changes the position dramatically, we'll be back right away. But if not, we'll see you very soon for the final moments of this game. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. This is day 1 of the American Cup. We're deep into the game between Hikaru and Abhimanyu Mishra. Lots of maneuvering, but no fundamental change since we left it off, Hammer.
No, basically Hikaru's rerouted his bishop back to where he started. So if you recall some 20 moves ago, when we got into this pawn structure, we had this situation. And then Hikaru started moving his bishop over here, which we thought was kind of clever because it meant that pushing the pawn to c5 was never really going to be an option because you could always just make the trade and then put the bishop on this blockading square, protected by the pawn, putting some pressure against black's pawn here, making sure that the rook cannot enter into white's position. But after having tried out that plan for a while, Hikaru felt like, no, I'm not making any progress here. So he ended up going back to the f3 square, maybe hoping to provoke Mishra into going for the c5 plan now. And then the idea would be that, well, basically white tries to control this d file.
I'm starting to think that Mishra is just not gonna go for any pawn breaks.
And it feels unnecessary based on what we're seeing, right? So he just moved the king instead. And I guess now he's going to move the king again. And we're just going to be sitting here waiting with him.
We will. Are there still, did Levon's game end or are they still going?
Levon and Sevian has made a draw.
And Fabi is still pressing.
I mean, pressing is one way of calling it. He's still thinking. And he makes a mistake. He doesn't go rook b2. We talked about how rook b2 was the only winning move in that position. Instead, he goes for the check against the king first. King moving back seems very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got to deal with the pressure against the rook. And if he then goes rook back, now pawn takes pawn, and this pawn is undefended. But on the other hand, now the queen protects the pawn that the black queen attacked against, and you're also going after this one.
Mm-hmm.
Engine is giving pawn forward.
Okay, I mean, to play this position with a minute on the clock is insanity.
If queen takes, then queen takes here.
If Ray saves this game, it will be one of the biggest miracles ever.
I mean, he could win this still. No, seriously.
That would actually be the biggest miracle ever, I think. I mean, to be out of the opening with an hour, he was down basically almost an hour and a half on the clock, right?
Yeah.
Which is the maximum. Like, he was basically down pretty much the maximum amount you can be down in this time control. And yet here he is. Okay, Fabi finds rook b2 now.
But now the pawn was not protected, and the pawn has been captured. I'm guessing Fabi is playing this queen f7 and just didn't realize about the f3 move. If king takes, then the queen comes in with a double attack. And if queen takes, then the queen is no longer protecting this pawn, and the two black pawns are quite intimidating through the center of the board.
I'm very curious to see what's going to happen here. We'll have to come back to this one, though. Moves are happening in Hikaru's game. What would it? They were just...
Moves are coming, but what about progress? Mishra has literally gone back and forth with his king now.
Finally. I mean, at first, it feels like it was 3 hours ago that we were talking about what if he just goes back and forth. Hikaru is currently very carefully studying his score sheet. And do you think he's looking to make sure he's not falling into any repetitions?
I think that's the case, but I also think he's not really got any close to having any concerns. Oh no,
sure?
the queen has been on this f6 square for a bit.
Yeah.
When did the queen end up here? Oh, it's been there for a while. So this was a position. Let's compare this to the current situation. Okay, so if
I mean, rook
Hikaru
d1,
goes
that's
rook here, then it's the same. But I find it hard to believe he would move the rook there. And the position here, which otherwise could have been similar, the rook was one. Okay, yeah, no, I see his issue. How do you, even by looking at your score sheet, how do you remember the placement of this rook?
Honestly, I just don't know how you even, but I also don't know how you claim a draw, like how you're gonna be sure.
Oh wait, here's the rook. No, it's still not the same because now the knight is not there. So
but it's
these
impossible.
two are
Even
pretty similar. Oh no, these are identical.
but the fact that, I mean, that Hikaru even started looking so much at his score, well, Mishra was probably aware anyway that this was a possibility.
No, Fiona, this is actually the second time this position has occurred.
Yeah. And now,
Not that many moves apart either.
okay.
Wait, what move did he play here when this happened? No, then he played rook up. Now he played bishop up. But that bishop placement there, we've had a lot of times. Okay, here with the queen on the wrong square. Queen on the wrong square. Queen on the right square. But then the bishop went back again.
I'm gonna leave this to you.
Yeah. No, this
Connie
position is the bishop here and the queen here has actually never happened before.
Okay, so here we should
Oh,
be.
but with the king on h2? Good question. Well, I think just the bishop here and the queen here hasn't happened, so the placement of the king doesn't matter.
A couple of questions from the chat. Komi Sato, is the time difference already a factor? I think the time difference was a bigger factor earlier. In fact, the time difference has become smaller between Hikaru and Mishra. I think it will all depend. I think this game will go on for a long time and they will eventually have very little time. And I think maybe then we'll get a situation about, who can keep their nerve better. But I think right now, nothing dramatic yet. And there was a question, what happens if this game ends in a draw? Regardless of the result in today's game, game 2, where Hikaru will be black, will happen tomorrow. If the score of the match after the 2 games is 1-1, we'll go to rapid and then blitz playoff. That will happen tomorrow after the game. So knight d5. I just don't know, Hammer, what to do anymore. There's a comment to the chat. Let's go to Fabi's game. We could do that very quickly.
Yeah, actually, let's. If it gets decided now, we're gonna want to be there for it. Oh gosh, they had so many moves. Okay, so the pawn was captured. Oh, Fabi just took a pawn on the side. I didn't even notice that was there. But I didn't notice because it wasn't recommended by the engine. The pawn pushes forward. Once again, if the pawn is captured, the queen comes in with the attack against the king and the rook. So the king has to avoid capturing, but then queen takes pawn. But Fabi's still getting this pawn.
I would be a little bit scared, but I'd probably be a little bit scared on both sides. So let's see, queen takes, logical, right?
Yeah. Queen c1, top computer choice, makes sense, both because you want to give space for your pawn, but you can also give checks on the opposing king, and you're attacking the rook. Makes perfect sense. Rook moves over here to try and attack from the side. I think that makes sense as well. Very tempting to give some checks on this king. But apparently this is good for white. Winning maybe
If I give
even?
another check on e3.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm in a mood to start considering trading. I feel like these guys should be so scary.
Rook a4 is nothing, right? You just play knight b6 or something.
Apparently here the only winning move is h4. I don't know how you find that. I mean, if you're Fabi, maybe you just sit there and calculate everything.
But king e2 might also be enough to win, right?
Highly doubt it.
Okay, now rook a5 really the only move.
Engine is giving some crazy stuff. Rook a3 only move to win. King d1 only move to win.
Yeah, this is insane.
It makes some sense. Because in the end, you managed to get up here. I don't know. It's a tricky position, I would say. The bad news for Fabi is that he's the only one with time on the clock, so he's the only one having time to kind of be concerned about what's happening. Queen takes was played, and Queen c1 was also played.
It was not on my bingo card that times here would at some point be within 10 minutes, and I think there's a very good chance they'll be a lot closer than that when we come back the next time.
I think Fabi could still lose this. I also think it's a big moment here for Ray after rook over, whether he finds the c4 move, whether he realizes that I'm not going to be scared about this rook coming in, check, pawn coming in, check. Turns out the king actually cannot be checked on this b6 square.
By the way, Hammer, meanwhile, Hikaru has just played h4, so we don't need to worry any longer about any accidental repetitions. For now.
Yippee. I think you said we're gonna take our last break a bit too soon. Because I feel like if this game ends up lasting 200 moves, then we're gonna need another break.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna be another 2.5 hours, which we did not see coming, I think it's fair to say. 200 move game is a bit of an outlier.
Have you ever commentated on a 200 move game?
I don't think so. I once played 100 and I want to say 41 moves.
That's a lot. I think I was the commentator when Howell played his infamous game against Hari Krishna.
Oh no.
But we did not, I was commentating with Ivan Sokolov, and let me tell you, we did not stick around. Because I think that was actually over 200, no?
Yeah.
Let me double check that quickly.
The craziest thing is games over 200 moves that actually don't end up in a draw. That's the craziest thing.
Yeah, so this one ended in a draw on move 236. Which is actually insane. Okay. Abhimanyu is down to 6 minutes now.
Hikaru's making some progress in the mission of getting him low on time. And now with the bishop moving back, Hikaru is taking control of the h5 square, meaning that he can continue pushing forward. Abhimanyu now kind of has to make a decision. Does he want to play g6 or not?
I mean, it's crazy, right? That g6 is something you've been advocating for so long. And I'm a little bit in shock that it was never played. Now it might be too late, actually.
I don't think it's too late, though.
But this is the happiest. I was gonna say the happiest the computer has been, but I guess it's still true, but it's not much. Okay, queen h4. Rook d5.
I just can't really believe this is anything to be scared of as for black.
Yeah.
Seems pretty controlled to me.
Yeah.
And this endgame, it has to be nothing, right?
Yeah, I don't believe in this.
Ooh, actually, there was a trap.
You found the one move.
Yeah, there was a trap. No, but something like this is what Hikaru needs, right? He needs to get into a position like this with a little trap when Mishra has, 5 minutes or less remaining.
Just as you literally dropped under 5 minutes, just as you said that. But he's been looking very, very composed. I'm impressed with what I've seen from Mishra here so far. Could still go wrong, of course, but so far I think
the DGT board just made a repetition, but that's fake, right?
Yeah, it is fake. Actually, I wasn't gonna say it because I thought let's wait until it happens, but I heard from our man on the ground, Leonard Oates, that there were gonna be he sent a message saying, sorry about the relay issues, and I said, oh, it hasn't been that bad. I mean, we noticed a couple of times that it was a bit slow, and he said, oh, it's coming. So I knew something was in the works. I just wasn't too sure what.
So I'm gonna back up a bit here because obviously Hikaru is not in the business of going back and forth.
Gomer says that, so the clocks are wrong. No, the clocks are not. Do you mean because of my comment of Leonard? So Leonard is on the ground, so he has live information because everything we're watching is delayed by half an hour. I think the clocks are correct.
No, I think the clocks are now 1 minute wrong.
Oh,
because we got an additional.
again. Oh yeah.
We got an additional 2 moves from each player.
True. You are correct. So you think they each have roughly a minute less, yeah?
Yeah.
And we think this.
Well, we still have no idea what Hikaru is supposed to do to try and win this game, which is the biggest concern at the moment.
How do you feel? Mishra is a little bit of a starer, right? I don't know if you've noticed that. He likes to,
I haven't. I'm not sure it's a good strategy against Hikaru though. Because I know that Magnus at some point during the online tournaments, Magnus said that he stopped looking at Hikaru's webcam because he got tricked once. Basically, Hikaru was faking some emotions, and it made Magnus fall for a trap or something.
That's hilarious.
Well, but I do that all the time. Yeah. I just it's not always you get it to work. But I will oftentimes kind of make some faces like, oh no, I blundered.
I didn't have you down as such a comedian, Hammer. Here we have a move by Hikaru, bishop a6. A great question from Kick Guy. 30 minutes in the future, are they still playing?
Wait. Huh? He actually did make a repetition.
Yeah, but not the one that they were showing that the board.
Not the one they were showing, but still. I just said, of course, Hikaru would never make a repetition.
And so. Mishra has played rook back to c8.
Oh, yeah.
Is that you clicking around or the move?
No, that is relay errors all around. My hands are off the mouse. Okay.
Yeah, a Kick Guy was asking 30 minutes in the future, are they still playing? I have to confess that I could not stop myself from asking Leonard that same question. I didn't even ask about the result. I just asked, are they still playing right now? But I haven't heard back yet. And when I hear back, I will not I will not spoil anything. What do you think, Hammer? Do you think they are still playing?
Yeah.
I also think, I will not tell you, don't worry, guys, but I also think that there's I don't know for now. I think I will find out when Leonard gets back to me, but
Mamba says Fabi might lose. I just want to say I called it.
Let's go there. Oh my, is that the position? No, that was our analysis.
That was our analysis. So Queen C1 was played. Then he did go the Queen's G5, which we analyzed, and apparently now Queen G4 is winning. But in our defense, we did say that wasn't entirely obvious. And Fabi
and in Fabi's defense.
Yeah, he didn't intercept with the queen either. The pawn pushes forward. Fabi tries to get a queen trade, but in doing so allows the queen to come in with a check.
I mean, we talked about pooping pants earlier. I think this is about the time that I might start pooping my pants as well. Not because I need the toilet, but because I'm scared as heck. I mean, that pawn is 2 squares away.
Well, the other guy is probably even more dangerous, right? Because there you're controlling so many of the squares that pawn needs to move past. I would think black is winning here. There's no chance black is winning because the king is too exposed.
But does white have... Okay, my first question is, does white have a perpetual after rook a8?
Well, I mean, just... This move is being recommended by the engine, and this is just instantly winning, making sure there's not going to be another queen.
What do you mean instantly winning? Instantly drawing?
Yeah, well, I mean instantly making sure that they don't have a queen, I guess is what I said and what I meant. But
no,
it
you
also
said it's
means
instantly winning.
But yeah, your question makes sense as well. Do you have an immediate repetition here? I would think so.
I mean, I'd also be quite scared as black that I'm just getting mated, honestly.
Yeah, with good reason. There's so many checks to look out for.
I am so curious to know what the result of this game will be. I guess a draw?
This is wild.
But who the heck knows?
Engine is saying that moving the king back is a draw, but it's also saying that moving forward is a draw. The only difference being that here, Fabi would need to find some good moves to make a draw, even though he's up a rook.
I mean, this is one of the craziest games I've seen in a while. Let's go back.
No, I disagree here, actually, Fiona, because Ray has 30 seconds.
Yeah.
After Fabi played Queen D5.
Yeah.
And Hikaru's still gonna be there in 20 minutes, no?
Okay. Yeah, I take your point. I think it's a fair point.
I don't think there's a rush to catch Hikaru's.
Hikaru's pushed his pawn to h5 though.
Yeah, so Hikaru's trying to do something, and he's trying to do something at a time when Abhimanyu is below 5 minutes.
Let's stay here. We see the clock now. We are stealing some video, and Ray was down to 7 seconds when he made the move c3. We actually have both. I'm with you, Hammer. You've convinced me. We have both boards on the screen, so as soon as something significant happened in Hikaru's game, we'll go there. c3. Fabi is down to 3 minutes only as well.
And right now, Fabiano can win one of these black pawns, but in order to do that, he's going to need to move his queen over to this left side of the board, which means that the black queen is going to get free reins to check the white king quite a lot.
Are you thinking this might just be a perpetual?
I'm thinking that's very likely. Yeah, because part of the problem here is, yeah, I was gonna say check here. Then the queen can actually. Somehow Engine is saying this is slightly better for white. I don't know. To me, this looks like the kind of position that either you're winning or you're not, or it's a draw.
I know. I had the same thought actually.
I find it very fascinating that the Engine can feel there's any sort of middle ground. With white being much better, but not obvious whether they're winning.
I have been wondering the whole time if the filter, I'm only seeing it now actually. You know the retro filter on the stream? I thought the entire time it was everywhere except on Hikaru's cam, but actually it is there, right? It's just on the entire thing. Never mind, I was getting distracted. I'm sorry, Hammer. Every now and then I just get these super random questions in my mind, so it's on the entire thing. Thank you, Jaren, for confirming. 1 minute for Fabi. Hammer. What's gonna happen here?
He needs to make a decision.
Yeah.
But at this point, the lower Fabiano gets on the clock, the more likely it is that he just goes for the draw, right? He's going to be pissed about it, considering, you know, everything.
It's difficult, right? Because you, like in those spots, you so often just stop being objective, and you know that you were winning, and you were up an hour and a half, and that's often when you do something reckless and lose. But Fabi should have enough experience not to fall for that. He's actually lower on the clock than Reina.
And he does go for the pawn. And he has to take the pawn, right? Because otherwise this pawn is just going straight through to become a new queen. It's 2 steps away, and both of those steps are being controlled by black's pieces.
I think he'll have to take, surely.
What a fight from Ray. Ooh, Hikaru traded queens. I think we're just going to say that Ray actually now is up on time and is probably going to manage to make a perpetual check against Fabiano's queen. But we did say we would go to Hikaru if something big happened there. And I think a queen trade qualifies.
That is going to change the character, the nature of the position.
So we did have this thing where Hikaru was pushing his pawn up. Wait, are these moves right, Fiona? No, they're not. Okay, I don't know if I can trust the relay, Fiona.
But the queen, we see the camera. The queen's off the board.
Yeah, sure, but how did we get here? Did we get here with Hikaru offering a free pawn on the side?
No.
Did we get here with the rook voluntarily moving into the corner?
Probably not.
Okay, so it's a bit unclear how we ended up where we ended up. And the relay of the moves doesn't even have the current position. Oh, I needed to refresh.
You know what? Let's just...
I've refreshed.
Oh.
Okay, so the pawn pushed up. Queen came in. Hikaru avoided something by moving his king. The queen trade was offered, and Hikaru went for the queen trade. And now, interestingly, if knight takes, Engine hates this for black because of the bishop coming in, making some pressure. And then rook b1. Apparently here, rook b1 is a star move.
Prepare beef. No. And zeros.
Yeah, it says zeros, but I followed the top choice throughout.
Yeah, I know. Hammer, you know what? You were right, I think. Let's leave this as it is. We'll have both boards up and let's pull back Fabi's game up. Since that should be very close to concluding, and I think a lot of our viewers were very interested in what was happening here. So I think what's happening here is the question is, will Ray find the perpetual or not?
It seems very likely he will.
What a mammoth defensive effort once again. I mean, right now it's looking like potentially all games today could end in draws, right?
Well, 2 games already ended in a draw.
Mm.
Fabi's game, presumably gonna be a draw. Oh, look at this. I was calculating how to avoid the stalemate with the king running away to the left side. But by giving the check on this f5 square, Ray's making sure that the king cannot go to the left, because then it's a check on the king and attack on the rook.
That's so nice, actually.
So the king has to go back, and then it's just over. If the rook intercepts the check, then the queen gets in on the d1 square. And there's no avoiding the checks here either. We're going to see a handshake. Yeah.
What a fight. And what a save.
And while we're talking about some of the other games, there was a rook endgame in Irina's game against Atusa. But that game has really gone way further. And if I zoom through a lot of these moves,
I just want to say, Hammer, before we look at the final moments there, I'm so impressed with Fabi because when they shook hands, he showed no visible sign of frustration. And I find that incredibly impressive to be able to control your emotions and not immediately, show your frustration. Anyway, back to this. Sorry, Hammer.
Yeah, so 2 pawns up for Irina should be a fairly easy win from this point on. But we had another big decision in Hikaru's game because Hikaru went for a trade between the bishop and the knight. And after this trade, it looks like this has only benefited black, opening up for the 2 rooks, pointing down the c file. But Hikaru moves his rook 1 step to the side, planning this pawn to b4. And Hikaru now is planning to break through with his rook through the b file. And I guess essentially what he's going to be trying to do is get his rook involved to this b6 square. And he's going to have this rook attacking here. This rook is attacking here. And the king is somewhat fragile. And the engines really like Hikaru's idea.
Could this be something?
And now Abhimanyu doesn't have all that much time to kind of reset for this new circumstance.
It's funny how I think we called Hikaru's strategy perfectly, right? He waited until Mishra was around the 3-minute mark. And I mean, suddenly the queens come off, the minor pieces come off. And now we'll be playing this endgame. King G8 seems to be a good move, though. So what happens now after b4?
b4 played by Hikaru. The recommendation is to make the trade, because otherwise Hikaru will make the trade and start attacking in from the side. The problem is, if you do make this trade, white immediately gets 1 rook pointing against the black pawn and ready to get another one involved right after. Rook up, rook over, attacking the pawn. You can go for the counterattack on white's pawn, but you do lose a pawn in that circumstance. So right now, the chess engines are recommending that Abhimanyu go for this endgame down a pawn. And that is not an easy decision to make. That is a very, very tough decision to make. But once you see it, it actually does make a lot of sense. Because Hikaru will struggle here, moving his king over to the left side to support his pawn. Because then in the meantime, Mishra is creating a pawn of his own on the opposite flank. So this is actually quite an easy draw if he manages to realize that he just has to go for the trade.
He has just made a move.
And
it is
it gets
our
a question mark.
question mark of the game.
This game is being decided right now, and Hikaru's looking happy. Makes the trade between the pawns immediately. The black pawn will recapture, but it cannot stop the white rook from getting involved. Making some attacks in from the side.
Let's go.
He moves the king instead.
No.
King up, question mark.
No.
So what was the key here? If the rook moved up, how were you supposed to respond to the rook attacking? Then you were supposed to make an attack on this rook, because since you lured the black rook off the back rank, you win some tempi to give checks, and then you move the king up, and you have these two rooks working together for a checkmate, actually.
I still
against
don't
the
understand.
black
After
king.
G6?
Maybe takes...
Rook takes H7 is mate in 3. What the hell?
It's mate on G6.
Wow.
The king is actually super trapped. Wow.
Oh, goodness.
So the idea behind rook b6 was luring the rook off the defense from the side towards the black king. Then you go on the attack against the a5 pawn, knowing that if the black rook takes the white pawn, then the two rooks cannot work together on the c file, allowing these checks, after which the king is in big, big trouble.
Not easy to spot, but do you think King F3 was played a bit too quickly, as was suggested in the chat?
Yeah, maybe.
Mm.
And rook b4 was the move for Abhimanyu to save the day, and it is the move he has played.
Zencho is asking, any chances still, even after dismiss? Yeah, I don't think this one is over. I just think it's important that we find the best way, the trickiest. And I'm wondering, I mean, can we keep rooks, both rooks on the board?
I don't think so, but look at this. If takes, h6. Now, if you go g6, then we do something similar to that endgame we saw earlier. But the difference is that now the black king will not be able to create that h pawn on the side of the board.
Which is a big difference.
It's a huge difference. And that's why Hikaru has taken the rook and then gone pawn to h6. Now, it's absolutely necessary for Abhimanyu to go rook c7, I think. Wow, Engine is saying even rook b8 is okay. That's outrageous. So after g6, rook b1, white is almost winning. But if you go rook b8, takes, and then rook back to stop the pawn,
because now
then
the
this
king
is not winning, because here the king can approach the pawn, whereas that wasn't the case earlier with the black pawn on the g6 square.
This is ridiculous.
That's so sick.
That is sick.
So it's actually an advantage to lose this pawn compared to having it on the g6 square.
I mean, that's also pretty hard to see, I think, over the board. Or to not to see, but to understand.
Wow. So to me, the only human move to keep this together is rook to c7. Because that protects the pawn without committing the pawn to the g6 square you want to stay away from.
Can we? Is this the live? This is the live position. Can you do a refresh? Is that?
Well, if I do a refresh, we lose the
It's gone.
position.
It's gone. Okay. Because I. Oh yeah.
And he played g6. He played g6.
Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. G6 is the move we wanted to see. Now rook b1. Okay, Hammer, you scared me.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, it's still not winning, but now it's super dangerous for Abhimanyu. Hikaru does move his rook over to attack the pawn. The rook will protect.
Okay.
Hikaru now wants to move his king to the b3 square. Basically, if Hikaru can get his king in front of the black pawn, he will win the game.
Rook b1 has been played.
And king e2 has also been played. Pawn to b3, now the only saving move.
This is a big moment, boys and girls.
But it seems like a pretty obvious move to me.
Why?
Because you need to get access to attack this last remaining white pawn.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point.
But the thing is, even though this part is obvious, it's not clear how you defend against the entry of the white rook against the black king afterwards.
This still looks incredibly tricky to defend. I mean, I don't even know if it is defendable, to be honest.
For some reason, rook a7 is winning for white, but rook c4 and then rook c7 is a draw.
Hey, can you explain that to us? Like we're 5 years old?
Yeah.
Or even like we're 30.
Well, moves are coming in.
Okay.
So b3, that was the necessary move. That has been found. Hikaru's moving his king over. Oh no. Oh, I lost the... We didn't get the h6 included.
Okay. So rook b4 hasn't been played yet, right? King d3.
No, the pawn has been captured already.
Which pawn?
The a4 pawn.
Where do you see that?
I'm watching the camera.
Me too, but I'm behind you. Okay, I'm gonna refresh the stream.
I don't really understand how that happened though. Oh no, he didn't go rook b4, he went rook a8. That's a losing move. He played a losing move.
But did we punish it?
He didn't go for the rook to attack the pawn. Instead, he went after the pawn immediately, allowing Hikaru to capture the pawn one move quicker than he should have been allowed. And now Hikaru can win the game by giving some checks, winning the pawn on h7. That was incredibly unnecessary from Abhimanyu. He basically just gave Hikaru an extra move to win the game.
That is one of the most bizarre errors I've seen in a while. I mean, maybe a brain slip for a second. And Abhimanyu, for the first time, we see some concern on his face while Hikaru is leaning back out of view.
How does he win that pawn is a question in chat. Well, check forces the king away from the pawn. Then rook over attacks the pawn, and there's no way to defend it. So we definitely win that pawn. And then the question is, how do we win the endgame afterwards? Rook h8, only winning move.
Why is that? What's the idea? So rook h8, rook takes f.
Threatens rook f8 check, probably.
Okay.
So if rook takes pawn, rook
Nice.
check, king moves, and then pawn up.
Very nice.
We get a new queen.
Okay.
Yeah, Hikaru's gonna
Let's
win
go.
this. This
Why
is
hasn't
just
he played yet?
Oh.
Okay, here it comes. Rook
Yeah, no, sorry, I went back to the
B7.
rook B7. That's not a winning move.
Why? I am so confused.
Games are tough.
Why? But I mean, the other one was just winning the pawn.
No, well, I think he wants to avoid the king getting to the f6 square, and he just didn't realize. So he thought letting the king off the bottom rank would be a bad thing. And he just didn't realize that getting the king off the bottom rank means that he gets this opportunity to give that check. And that one, this was just easy.
We see him shake. He's shaking his head. I wonder if he realizes now that he could have gone rook b8. Or
So basically what's going to happen now is that Abhimanyu is going to be able to take out the f2 pawn, which is going to make it a lot easier to get the rook over here to win. I still think Hikaru should have great chances to win, though. Check on the king. Apparently, hiding in the corner is the only good move, but to a grandmaster, you're definitely going to want to stay in the middle. I'm expecting Abhimanyu to go to the left here.
so, how much time does he have? A minute.
Because if you go with the king in the corner, then Hikaru will threaten a checkmate. So you have to go back afterwards. And you're not going to feel great about losing this pawn in the center of the board. Because even though the chess engines say that this is equal, with the white king and the rook and your king is cut off, this is going to feel tremendously dangerous. The king having a very clear path.
I mean, if it
but
wasn't,
he does.
He does go into the corner. Wow.
Okay, that's a impressive decision.
Can we go rook e7?
Why? That's the only thing we have, right? I don't know. To me, this still looks kind of good for Hikaru.
So what's gonna happen? Rook e7. Will he take? Oh, he's gonna. Oh, we were threatening mate. Just a little matter of a mate threat.
So rook e7 has been played.
And king g8 too.
And now the question is, do we take the pawn or do we go pawn f3?
I would.
We can also go rook e8 and go after this pawn. But now we lost one move compared to the last time we did this. And that one move makes all the difference. Because now if we go rook h8, which was winning with the rook over here, now this is a draw because the black rook gets into position in time.
Yeah, this is really tough, and okay, the game isn't over yet, but
I still think Hikaru has good chances to win this. I think it's very likely that Hikaru's going to end up getting a endgame with a pawn up.
But I think if he doesn't win, this one is gonna sting a lot.
Yeah, I agree with that. We talked about it before the game that like Hikaru has been feeling like he's not good in the time scrambles. This is definitely going to reinforce that feeling. Okay, so Hikaru's going after the pawn in the corner after first taking the pawn in the center. So basically what's going to happen now is that Hikaru's going to get this D and E pawn against the F pawn. These are the only three pawns I think is going to remain at the end of the day. And I feel like that should be good winning chances for Hikaru.
So how do we get there? Can you show us the line?
So pawn up here, check, king up, trade, rook moves over, king takes, and rook takes.
Yeah.
Something like this, I think, is going to happen. This
And
should be
already,
very good winning chances.
I mean, even here, I don't understand. There are two moves that are fine for black, king g6 and king g6 makes sense, at least, to defend the pawn. King g7 is also fine, but why are the others just losing? Why is king h7, for example? Why is
Well,
it?
everything else loses the pawn, maybe. King g5, your king gets cut off, maybe? No, king g5, e4 is just a winning pawn endgame.
And if king h7, why is that losing? I mean, it's very unnatural. I don't think he'll ever play king h7. I'm just curious why.
Well, yeah, no, this is interesting. Even e4 is winning here.
Ah, and the king is too far.
That was not obvious.
No.
But yeah, it's nice being up a pawn. Sometimes stuff like that works out for you.
I'd be very curious to know if the clock times are correct. Our assumption has to be that they are.
Yeah, they are.
How do you know?
Feels right.
Feels right. Okay, so rook h7, g5, only
g5
move.
only defensive move now, but that's a fairly easy one. In general, when you're defending, you want to trade as many pawns as possible. The fewer the pawns, the fewer queens your opponent can get, essentially. Hikaru has some options now. If he moves the rook, he can try and get a new queen with the pawn. But I don't really see that getting anywhere. The problem with moving the rook now is that it allows black to not only trade off one pawn in the middle, but two pawns. Because after this capture, you're also going to get to trade another one right after.
And here.
So I think Hikaru is going to make the realization that it's better to take here. And then just go after the D pawn.
Position. Hikaru still has a bunch of time, 3 minutes 40. I mean, surely he has to go for this. The other line you showed just didn't look like anything, right?
Well, it's a bit sad giving up the pawn that's 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, right? Especially when you know you can protect it. So rook over here, pawn forward. Pawn is becoming a new queen. Rook has to protect against it. Takes. But the problem is the pawn is getting surrounded. And somehow the pawn endgame is a draw. This is difficult to calculate, being as low on time as these guys are. But yeah, I guess it makes sense that the pawn endgame is a draw.
Let's see, Hikaru has decided to go for rook e7. So we're not going to see this pawn endgame play out. Hikaru just captured on d5, accompanied by a little stare.
Okay, next move is pretty obvious.
I mean, this was the moment where we said king g6 or king g7, everything else loses. But the problem is king g6 is just such a natural move to make.
Yeah, no, that's completely obvious. So rook e5 is going to be pretty tempting for Hikaru on the basis that rook e5 prevents the king from getting over to the d file, which in turn may make it easier to try and push the pawn through. So let's try rook e5. King f6 is the only drawing move in that case. Fortunately, that kind of makes sense. E4 is being suggested. takes, and now rook a2 is the only drawing move. Because you need to be able to give checks on the king from the side, maybe?
I still think that there's plenty of room here to go wrong for Mishra.
Here, rook a8 is the only drawing move.
Yeah, I mean, just rook endings are so freaking
Oh,
hard.
fuck me. And then rook a4. No, because this defense with a rook in front, this is called like the first rank defense or something, right? But the thing is that this only works if the pawn has not crossed the halfway mark. So to me, it was very strange to see the engine say that this is a draw, because I thought, well, I can push my pawn, and you're not going to have those classic checks down against my king. But the problem is, after we push the pawn, now the rook returns to give the check on the king. The king has to retreat in order to keep the rook safe, and then you can just make the trade between the rooks to go into the pawn endgame. Oh, man.
Chess is a frustrating game.
Oh, but that was so sick. That was like,
yeah.
That was so many only moves in a row.
Okay, but he hasn't found them yet, right?
Yeah, yeah. So rook e5, Hikaru has played rook e5. And now after king f6, e4, okay, takes is the only move to make a draw, but that one's fairly obvious. And then obviously rook takes, because if king takes, you can just trade into the pawn endgame.
Wait, he didn't play king f6.
He must have been afraid of e4. Yeah,
okay, we're
so
back.
he didn't go king f6 because he was afraid of the variation we just analyzed. So
okay,
he wants to get
Hikaru.
this. He wants to get this checking distance against the king as soon as possible. Now Hikaru apparently is winning if he pushes the pawn. That is a fairly obvious move. Pushing the pawn also gives more space for the king. And if the king comes in to attack the rook now has a new safe square, while at the same time giving space for the king to invade.
d5. Was it played? No, not yet.
And if you just give checks from the side, then the king can move up. That's pretty obvious. So the only question remains is what happens if rook to a4, trying to cut off the king from moving further forward. The pawn can then push up. And if you attack the pawn, the rook comes in behind. The rook needs to reroute to stop the pawn. And here you win the pawn endgame. That's pretty easy. This is pretty easy.
I can't tell if you're joking or if you're serious.
No, this is pretty easy. As long as Hikaru now pushes the pawn, it's over.
Yeah.
And I can't understand why he would do anything else.
Okay, come on, Hikaru.
He didn't
d5.
do it. He didn't.
Huh? No.
He played e4. Yeah, because he still thinks that the sick draw we saw earlier is winning for him. Which, you know, you can't really blame him for that.
This game is such a freaking not a heartbreaker because we could still win. But someone was saying, my nerves, my poor nerves.
Yeah, king f5 now is even a draw, which wasn't the case earlier. So the trade between the pawns has happened. If king f6, we have the king c4 rook a1, d5, rook back draw, which is just insane. But now there's even the extra option of king f5.
And that's what he goes for. Oh.
On the other hand, now Hikaru can go rook e8, and there's no rook a8 to try and do the first rank defense.
And now rook a4 only move. Okay, that's also not easy. Or is it easy because you're cutting off?
No, I think it's kind of easy. But I'm interested, why is rook a4 not good enough here? Ah, because here it's white to move. Yeah, so by getting close to the rook, you gain, now the rook has to move, and then you can go rook a4. What about this?
King f6.
Yeah, I'm not getting forward with the pawn. Kind of standing in the way of myself. Okay, he does go rook e8.
Okay, let's see. Rook a4 the only.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy.
Yeah, played already. Is there anything we haven't tried here yet?
No, it's just a draw.
Yeah,
Well, I
rice cup.
mean, you could go all the way back. Okay, Hikaru moves king over. So the rook needs to stay put. King f6 is the only drawing move, but king f6 looks pretty obvious. Because you want to get the king to attack the rook. But on the other hand, if you now play king f7, then rook e4 is maybe winning. No. Hikaru goes d5.
King f7 only?
Why is king f7 an only move now?
I don't understand rook endings. I don't think I ever
What is
will.
the significance of this king c3 move? I'm struggling to understand.
Finds it again.
So if he had gone here, well, then the pawn can just promote. So basically, now that he's forced Hikaru's rook off its best square, he can just do anything. Anytime Hikaru pushes the pawn forward, he's going to be in a position to attack it, forcing Hikaru to defend the rook, the pawn, but then the rook is no longer preventing the black king from getting involved afterwards.
Both Fabi and Hikaru will be kicking themselves tonight. It's not gonna be a pleasant evening with both of them failing to convert winning positions with the white pieces. They will be black tomorrow. Gonna be a big day. This game is still going, but yeah, I mean, as you said, there's just What is Hikaru looking at on the score sheet now?
Yeah, no, it's over now. Hikaru's looking, could I have done anything differently? And the bad news is, yes, you could have. And sometimes in games like this, if you end up making a draw, but it was because your opponent just fought like a hero and you managed to get some winning chances, you're fine with it. But here, Hikaru on 3-4 different occasions had winning moves, which he didn't take the opportunities when presented to him, and that's going to be a big regret for him.
Yeah, I wonder if Hikaru. We just saw him study his score sheet and then start shaking his head. I wonder if he spotted the D5.
I don't think he necessarily spotted something specific. I just think he knows something was winning, and this is not it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very, very tough to watch.
Hammer, would you agree the moves Hikaru missed were easy to find? I would agree, but the problem wasn't that Hikaru didn't see the moves that were winning, because the problem was that Hikaru thought what he did won as well. And that's kind of the tricky part, right? That a move you thought was going to be enough to win the game turns out not to be enough after all. And that's a tricky, yeah. I think that it's more about that than it is about
We are joined now by Hikaru. We were just talking about, yeah, a very frustrating game.
Yeah, I mean, first, of course, I was trying to do my recap, and then I looked to my OBS, and my microphone wasn't turned on, so that's actually why I just decided to join you guys, because I went halfway through the recap, and then I realized it was not happening. So I'm kind of annoyed by that too. Yeah, I mean, this game, I'm obviously disappointed. I mean, it follows a trend of pretty much every game that I think I've played in the last like 3 months now, where I get a great position, and then I just I mess something up. I mean, I'm really annoyed at myself because Mishra gave me the second opportunity when he played Rook A2. I think the big problem here is that actually you guys might not have noticed this, but on the camera when he played Rook A2, I wasn't looking at the board. I was in my mind, and I think I just saw the position wrong here when he played Rook A2. And on top of that, of course, I realized as soon as he played this Rook A2 move, not here actually, the first one, after I went Rook B7, that Rook to B8, Rook H8 was simply just completely winning. So yeah, I'm pretty annoyed at myself because I mean, Rook B8 I should have just played and won this game very, very easily. For some reason, I thought this. I'll explain why I didn't do this. Is I thought that after Rook H8, King F6, Rook H7, G5. I thought that after takes, Rook E7, I wasn't 100% sure if this endgame was winning. I thought it was very good, but I wasn't 100% sure it was winning. And so then I thought the line I played in the game was just easily winning, but it's not. So, and the worst part is there are multiple reasons. So go forward. Yeah, keep going. Just keep going. So check, King F7, Rook H8. Yeah. Yeah, okay. G5. Yeah, so first of all, I thought that after G5 I could go Rook D7. But I think just G4. G4 is G4 drawing, or am I insane? Sorry, wait. No, sorry. What no, wait, sorry. Was it G4 here? Maybe I'm losing my mind. No, wait, sorry. No, it's Rook H. Sorry, Rook H2, right? Is it Rook H2? Wait, Rook D7. Oh no, sorry, Rook D7. There's GF4. Sorry, GF4, H7, Rook H2. Sorry, go ahead. Rook D7. Yeah. No. Go back. Not this. Go back. Yeah. Keep going. King F6, Rook D7. G5, Rook D7, GF4. And I thought that the H7 was winning. This actually I thought was cleanly winning. H7, Rook H2, E takes F4, and I saw King G6, King B4, which I think is winning, right? Or King C3, sorry, not King B4, King C3, and this is winning. But then I realized it was Rook H3. and this is a draw, right? Because king c2, king g6, I'm not in time. And so like I was just very upset at myself, and then he gave me this gift at the end with rook a2 again for no reason when he could have gone king f6. And I think in my mind I thought he had played king f6 or something. I just kind of had this blackout, and I played e4 for really no reason at all. Like it's just, yeah, so bad to not go d5 here. But yeah, it's what it is.
Had you seen the draw after king f6 e4? Because we thought
I mean,
this
yeah,
is...
yeah. I think in my mind I thought he had played king f6. Because actually, like again, we can't rewind the video, but I was looking away from the board the whole time. I wasn't looking at the board, so I think in my mind I had the position wrong or something. It's just like, yeah, I had one of those like just like blackout moments. Which is really bad because obviously this wasn't a situation where I had 5 seconds on the clock. I mean, I had plenty of time. So, yeah, I don't
Did
know
you
what I was
think
thinking.
this was a draw?
No,
Because to me, this
this one I
looked
knew was a
winning.
draw. This one I knew was a draw. I mean, this is simply the same thing. Rook a2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I
just
mean, I thought it was crazy that because I'm used to the fact that
no, but you go
if you can
rook
get...
a8. Yeah, because there's always rook a4. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, I saw this one, but I think in my mind, it's like, yeah, I had this moment where I just blacked out, and it's just like really unconscionable. But yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah, no, it's really, really bad, really bad. Yeah, I don't even know what I was thinking. Like, it's like, yeah, I just don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking here to not go d5, but yeah, I mean, it's disappointing. I mean, it's really disappointing because, like, of course, I never should have gotten to this point to begin with. I mean, if Mishra had played c5 at any moment, he would have been fine. But then he let me get this endgame, and he took with the c pawn, which I think was also very questionable, instead of taking with the e pawn on d5. So yeah, I mean, it's just really, really disappointing. I mean, I thought e takes d5 was just an easy draw. I didn't see any reason why I should be better here. Like king f3, king g8, king f7. I mean, like I can kind of try to pretend that I'm better, but it's really hard to believe. So,
I was
yeah.
intrigued by the fact because you say he could have played c5 at any point, but the engines were really negative to
Well, I
any...
mean, sorry. By any point, I mean after I played h4, not before h4. I mean, I
Okay.
mean once I'd gone h4, I think at any moment he could have played c5. I mean, maybe not here necessarily. Maybe it's once the pawn gets to h5, but like I just yeah, I think it was somewhere right around, yeah, after h5, go back a few moves. Yeah, like right here he can play c5 for example, and he's completely fine. I think. Um,
And what is the significance of having to wait until you push the pawn?
well, the point is that with the pawn, it's a weakness. The pawn h5 can become a big weakness in the long run.
So
Like I
you don't
can't go
have
bishop
the...
c4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you cannot go bishop c4 to block the rooks out because the bishop needs to protect the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, of course, obviously. Yeah. I mean, I mean, c5 would have been fine, but I mean, he tried to just defend, and then yeah, I just like, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. I mean, it's
Were you
really
happy
tragic.
with the middle game you got?
I mean, I was obviously very happy with the position I got. But I mean, I didn't convert it. Like that's my fault. So yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I
it's
was
obviously
asking
very
about the
disappointing.
middle game.
I mean, I was happy that I could keep the game going, I guess, from that standpoint. But like, yeah, I mean, it's hard because you're asking me a question when I'm obviously not in a very good mood. But I would say that when you play classical chess, the only thing you can really hope for is to get a position where the game just goes on and on and on. If you can get a game where the game just drags, that's what you want generally. So from that standpoint, I was happy. I mean, I don't think I got something that was very exciting, but I thought it was relatively okay.
Basically, more moves for your opponent to make a mistake or get scared about
Pretty much.
something.
Yeah, I mean, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. Because I mean, that the whole game was basically a draw, and then Mishra made one bad move, and I mean, I should have capitalized, but I didn't. So that's how it goes.
A tough day at the office. Hikaru, we very much appreciate you stopping by despite
Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. I mean, I think what I would say is, unfortunately, I've gotten used to this. This is not like I got used to this in Germany when I messed up every winning position, so I've kind of gotten used to this, which I don't know if that's a good thing necessarily. But like I'm not going to be super unhappy the way I was in Germany just because unfortunately at this point it's become very, very common. So Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking actually. Oh, and actually, someone in chat mentioned this too. I played King F3 instantly at the start of the end game, and I was so mad at myself. Like, I just missed Rook B4. Like, yeah, I mean, someone just mentioned this in chat. Yeah, right here, I saw Rook B6, and then King F3, and then I didn't play this order. I mean, if I do this, this probably also is winning, I think. Um, oh, maybe it's not winning.
Well, Engine likes that somehow you attack the pawn to
Oh, you go Rook
dislodge
A1.
the.
Oh, like this. Yeah, no, I mean, as soon as I played King F3, I saw Rook B4, and I was so annoyed at myself. Because I thought actually here I was just winning, but after Rook B4, it's not winning. I mean, I know he misplayed this because he has. I think he can go. The correct line. Keep going. After Rook B4, takes H6 G6. I mean, the correct line here is Oh, is G6 losing?
Well, G6 is a bit questionable because there are some variations where he needs the G6 square for his king. So to me, it seemed like the most accurate was Rook C7.
Oh, okay. I thought it was still a draw though after G6. Maybe I'm insane. It's not
No,
a
it
draw.
was
Rook
still a
B1?
draw, but more difficult.
No, but I thought, I mean, instead of Rook A8, he's drawing with Rook B4, right? Or am I crazy?
Uh,
Instead of Rook B4
yeah.
is a draw, right?
I mean, it's definitely much better than what he did, but the engine still likes kind of your
Oh, but no, but
potential.
now we're back in the game, right? After Rook A2, now we're back in the game. It's a transmission to the game, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's gonna end up being a transmission back to the game, which is a draw. Okay.
Well, I thought you had good chances with the D and E versus F, but maybe I'm.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if he goes King F6, I mean, it's probably just a draw, and there, I can be upset about one moment, but I mean, to miss D5, I mean, to just not play D5 is just completely insane. I just don't know what I was thinking. I mean, I just literally don't know what I was thinking there. It's just insane, like actually insane. I mean, there are no words for it. It's just really really bad. So
But tomorrow is a new day. The match is far from over.
yeah, I mean, of course, but I mean.
No,
It's
yeah.
it's not. I mean, it's not about the match or the tournament. I mean, the fact is that when you play a game of chess, the goal is to get a winning position and convert. I mean, the best thing you can hope for is to get a good position. And I got it. And then, I mean, if you miss one opportunity in a game, like that's one thing. Like if I missed just Rook H8, Rook B8, Rook H8, but to not play D5, I mean, to miss two opportunities, is just, I mean, horrible. So yeah, it's not. I mean, it's just not very good. It's just not very good.
How do you feel about because the tie breaks are pretty long, 25 plus 10, and it's 2 games of it.
I don't believe that's correct, actually. I think the tiebreakers are blitz.
I don't think so. I think
That's what they
it's
said.
Oh,
That's what they said at the players'
so
meeting yesterday.
so it's just the loser final that's rapid.
I mean, that's what they told me yesterday at the players' meeting. I mean, if the arbiters got it wrong, I mean that literally was a question. That was literally was a question what the tiebreaker was, and we were told it was blitz.
I mean, that was what I thought. I'm just opening up the
Um,
regulations.
Oh, I'm opening up the regulations in my shared window. Maybe that's not the greatest.
I mean that's what they said at the players' meeting yesterday.
The
So
playoff time control shall be 3 minutes plus 2.
yeah. So I
Then
mean, it's two
Oh,
games of
so
blitz.
I
Yeah.
misinformed everyone.
Yeah. No, of course,
But
obviously.
where did it say 25 plus 10?
Well, I mean, it was 25 plus 10, I mean, in the
Oh,
past.
that's for the losers bracket. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Yeah, no, of course. But I mean, no, yeah. I mean, it's blitz if there's a draw, but still, it's like, I don't know. It's hard to be positive after messing this up because this is a game that I mean I should never mess up. I should never mess up. And I mean, there's just no reason to not win this. Um, so yeah, it's disappointing, very very disappointing. But I guess that's how it goes. For anyone who thinks that the rating or that stuff matters, it's not really the point. It's more just like when you gotta. I mean, I said this in Germany too. I mean, a lot of people obviously won't really understand this because it's something that matters only at the top level. But there are different types of games that are like winning, and I mean, this was a game where my opponent had no counterplay. It was just, it's literally move by move to the very end. And yeah, just really, 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 really bad. Unlike, say, Fabiano's game where I think he was winning, but it was always complicated. There were always tricks, for example. So yeah, really, really, yeah, really, really, really bad. So yeah, it's what it is. Yeah, but not what I was hoping for, that's for sure.
Hikaru, we're gonna let you go
Hmm.
do
Yeah.
another attempt at the recap. Thank you so much for
Hmm.
stopping by. Chat is all behind you. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll go do my recap now, hopefully with the volume on. So yeah, that's that. But that's what it is. So anyway. All
Thank
right,
you,
you
Hikaru.
guys.
Good
Yeah.
luck tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you guys. Have a good one.
Good luck
Bye.
tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, very tough day at the office. All games today have ended in draws in the open section. Tomorrow is game 2, where all the all the higher rated players will be playing with the black pieces. Meanwhile, in the women's event, Carissa Yip beat Talia Cervantes. Anna Zatonsky against Tatef Abrahamian was a draw. Irina Crush beat Atusa Prokashian. And Alice Lee beat Najib Paikidze. And I believe that is all for today. Thank you so much to all of you for watching. Tomorrow we would need you all here with some big energy to push Hikaru through this match. So same time tomorrow. Until then, all the best. I was gonna say all the best, and then I was like, that's not for all the best to all of you, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
See you tomorrow, guys.